the roadworks, there's a lot of traffic, and people are trying to find a way out and take risky moves.
Oh, thank you so much. You can speak up with farmers.
Every few minutes, it logs me out. And that happens here. And you say, then I put it, then it the person they say, and I put them in, then it says, you cannot access. Also, is it that well? Uses to change. No, but they will change. And it's not cheap, but if you have to live not the time, it doesn't make me feel like I'm cheap. You try, yes, it is. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, think that's good experience. Yeah, it is cold. We expect this fail, but we have. Am I the only one who's got? Maybe they're waiting for it. I told the food. I remember the last time I was meeting here, it was so. Oh, I think I was no, no, I don't know. But it's this is really this. Oh, I hope so.
Hey. Yeah.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you? Let me see this. Good time. Sorry, I haven't seen it in a long time. That's all. I'm good.
Thank you so much.
No, I just, I got back last night, so.
Oh,
Yeah.
you also are in the cash plan like that.
That's good. It's wrong.
You?
I have my little presentation. Is in there.
Okay, we will be using this computer. I'm not quite sure how it works, and just until now, we had someone from IT.
Okay, so.
Mateme, do you know how people can load up the presentations up? Okay,
Okay, I don't want to waste time because sometimes it takes too long.
okay.
What am I supposed to do in there? Put it in there. And make sure it's in.
Okay, nice. I get very job.
Okay, no, it's there. Good.
Okay.
Excellent. Thank you. Yeah, morning was because it doesn't finish in 9:10.
Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully, a little bit. I think now it's after 10. Yeah, also. So hopefully, have a nice.
Yes. Let's see. We're gonna have a discussion.
Yeah, bond for 7 seconds. Yeah, but it's just us. As far. Oh, 2 attendees. Oh, corner of Dr. Tabet. So a lot of, because we're supposed to have 15 people. Oh, for what intention? No, the going to do right here.
Yeah, it's one.
Doesn't need internet connection. Hi, Lucis.
Yes, let me save the desktop so I can remove your screen. Yes.
I'm not sure. I'm so technology
challenged.
challenged.
No, I won't be able to open my computer because this thing here doesn't go into this thing.
Oh, it doesn't.
You can put it onto
Doesn't it fit here? That fits here.
Yes,
No, I don't have.
Yeah, no, you should be able to do that. Exactly. Well done.
right now.
I'll put you. No, no, it shouldn't be here.
This must go into my computer.
That should go into your computer and you take, where's this thing? This should go into your computer.
Oh, then I'm worried that we will lose.
Okay. So what I'll do is I'll put it onto it.
Oh, because the people who are participating
Yeah.
are connected on this computer.
Oh, yes.
You don't have, you could
Okay.
put it on my
I'll put it on
USB
your- yeah.
and then put
Yeah,
it
your-
here.
Okay.
Yes.
Wonderful. Anyway, colleagues, please bear with us. We are just waiting a little bit because one of the people who are going to speak here is Dr.
No problem. I'm told.
Ladies, good. Professora, how are you doing? How are you? You good? Excellent. Very good.
Looking forward to hearing your speech.
Yeah.
Lindsay, you want to talk to us? Sure. So it's not here, which makes me think that she's on video.
Oh, okay. Yes. Oh, there. Well, let's go from there. Let's go from there.
No, actually.
Yeah, because if I wrote it. Okay, all right. I ask that ask that Open myself at 9:30. Okay, ngicela abantu bangasikhala ngo-9:30. Bangena kodwa abakaphelileyo kodwa bayangena. Yes. Kodwa abakaphelile. I think there's still quite a few people abasenza. Okay. Okay, excellent. Colleagues, I'm asking that we start at 1:30. We do have a lot of people who haven't come yet, who have RSVP anyway. So I'm begging and urging.
I hear you.
Yes, it's at 11.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think let's go for my react. I think because we just said alarm 11:30.
Oh, maybe that's.
So that's in about 11 minutes time.
The other people coming.
Okay. Yeah, wonderful.
And you will be.
Are they coming? Okay. They don't seem to be coming. I think they are quite relaxed there. We tried to invite the people sitting in the overflowing room to come join us this side, but and they said they are coming, but they looked, colleagues, you look quite happy there, don't you? Okay. All right, I get, if you are happy, I'm happy. Let's not. No, we thought they would, but they'd already, I don't know why they sat there, but they seem to be comfortable because we just. Yeah. Yes. No, I already sent someone to ask them to come and they agreed, but they are not moving. It's okay, it's absolutely fine. Colleagues, thank you so much. Thank you everyone for coming and joining us today for our first community engagement conversation. You're all welcome. Thank you for bearing with us, especially the few people who came in early. I welcome you on behalf of the Committee for Community Engagement, which is led by myself, along with four other precious colleagues who've worked extremely hard to get this event together. And these colleagues are Prof. Claudia Lochia, Mrs. Lungile Mbata, Dr. Metembe Mdlalose, not sure where he is, and Mr. Sipesihle Mbele. I think about 2 months ago, we also established a student forum for community engagement, which is capably led by two very vibrant young people who are our postgraduate students. Mr. Lwandile Manyoni and Ms. Siasanga Mbalingoti. Colleagues, we are having the conversation that we're having today as part of a series of conversations that we intend to have with you. So this is the first one. And for this first conversation, we want to talk about the different ways we define, experience, and attach meaning to the concept of community engagement in higher education. The second conversation that we're going to have after this one, we'll look at the theories of community engagement that we want to anchor this program in our school. And the third conversation, we'll look at the ethics by which we want to operate and engage with external partners. We are having today's conversation that is focusing on defining community engagement because we recognize the multiplicity of definitions and meanings that are attached to the concept, making it an offspring of many parents. In the private sector, community engagement is conceived as a utilitarian concept that is used for purposes of brand engagement, for purposes of public relations, to boost the image of public image of businesses. And for those, for instance, businesses that operate in the mining sector and the like, it is used as a statutory process that companies are compelled to engage in to meet the legislated requirements of their particular sector. In community development, one of the many broad definitions of community engagement is that it is conceived as a bottom-up process that entails the coming together of different holders of power who enter in ongoing participatory and empowering partnerships with identified communities, marked by egalitarianism, reciprocity, and process orientation. In higher education, we also have multiple definitions, but the one that is common amongst many universities is that community engagement is the interaction of university staff and students with external communities in mutually beneficial ways through teaching, research, and through community outreach activities. As we can see, these different definitions are not superficially different. They are conceptually so. They're conceptually, for that matter, and even socio-culturally different. Each definition speaks of the values of the particular institution that is defining community engagement. Not only the values, but the philosophies and theories pertaining to how we should engage with external stakeholders. And on its own, it isn't problematic to have multiple definitions. The problem is having them in such a way that there is nothing that holds them all together. There is no common ground. But it is also problematic because research that has been conducted to understand why community engagement fails to achieve the transformative reciprocal intentions that it's put out for in many institutions. One of the reasons that have been identified is that it is this conceptual inconsistency, that because it's a one for all for one, unfenced concept, everything easily becomes community engagement without any grounding that holds it all together and that gives it meaning. So, of course, that means then is that if we're an institution, if we're a school that wants to establish community engagement as a unique character that fits or that is aligned with the values of our school, then we have to start at defining it. We have to start at saying, what is it to us and what is it not? What is going to be defined as community engagement? How do we want it to be experienced by ourselves as well as those that we engage with? And so we don't want this conversation, we are having it because we don't want to be caught up in this definitional anarchy, as one scholar called it. We want to be more precise in how we define it. And we want to be pluriversal also. So we don't want to pretend that there's a universal idea of what community engagement is that Younger can come up with. We want as a community, as a school community, to come together and say, based on these different ways of conceiving or constructing this concept, this is what it is to us. So I'm not at all intending that we walk away from today's experience and from the rest of the series of talks that we're going to have with this unidimensional idea. I'm all for multiplicity, but it must be something that's been agreed on, and it must be anchored by something. We must be able to identify what anchors it in terms of the theories, the philosophies, the beliefs, the values that guide that character that I said we are working towards building. So today we're going to have a number of speakers, and they're going to start us on that journey. The idea is that at the end of this series, we should be able to construct a charter for community engagement in our school. We did not want this to be something that is just produced by the committee, informed by our own views. It is a school, community engagement is a school project, it's an institutional project. So the end of it will see us being able to produce a charter that says this is what community engagement is to us, being able to say these are the theories that define it, this is how we theorize it, and being able to say these are the ethics that govern how we engage with external stakeholders, particularly those that who are marginalized and vulnerable. Our speakers thank you so much. A lot of the speakers have abandoned their holidays, their vacations. Prof. Noya just flew in yesterday from overseas and is already here. So I feel extremely grateful that you've agreed to come here to bless us and have this conversation with us. I think what I said to every speaker was that this is just a conversation, and we're going to be talking from our individual experiences as well as the experiences of the people, the constituencies we represent in the instance of our civil society partner who's here today. So we're going to have these different speakers. One is going to speak from an engaged scholar's perspective. Another is going to speak from the perspective of a scholar who also comes from community development, where community engagement is defined very specifically. And we are going to have the contributions of our civil society partner representing the many communities and community stakeholders that we engage with. And then we are going to have a speaker from our support services. Oh, there she is. She is going to speak to us, because I find that often when you read about community engagement, in a lot of conversations around community engagement, it's imagined as this project that academic staff engage in, rather than university staff in totality and students in totality. So Mrs. Dlamini is going to be speaking to us from that perspective, from the perspective of this other very important component of our staff. And we lastly have our postgraduate student, Ulwandile, who's here. I was supposed to say, I don't know where he is. Ulwandile was here extremely early. Thank you so much. And he is going to speak to us from a student perspective. On that note, colleagues, I'm going to hand over to our moderator. We have such a fantastic team in our committee. We have capable people. So we're going to have our moderator who's going to introduce our speakers and take us through. Thank you. No, sorry. Yeah, it is not Dr. Matembe, Prof. Kinile, Prof. Kalema, Prof. Intogo. It's Prof. Kalema was supposed to speak now.
All right. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I was just telling, I'm so tall, right? There we go. All right. Yeah. So I was telling Professor Zembe, I said, hey, 9 o'clock. But I says we are here. So welcome, colleagues. On behalf of the school, I don't want to dwell too much on what I have here on my computer, but I just wanted to say that this is one of the many occasions that we're going to have to engage a little bit about community engagement in the school. And I think I would like to thank the committee for starting us off late in the year so that we can launch early into the next year for more activities, for us to, in fact, talk a little bit about what it means to us. Because this is part of a continued conversation that we've been having as part of 2021's project renewal, but also what came out of project renewal and also other conversations that we've been having in the school around how are we understanding and experiencing community engagement, and then also giving us an opportunity to expand and go deeper into the community engagement approach and ethos that we want as a school, right? Because like Prof. Zembe Zondi mentioned, it means different things to different people. And it is anchored through quite a number of understandings and lived experiences. From the university perspective, I think UKZN in its intent or wants to foster meaningful conversations with or interactions with local, national and international communities that of mutual benefit. And of mutual benefit, something that those communities, local, national, international, we have to define, right? And it's all up to us in terms of what that means to us. At the heart of community engagement is that whole issue of engagement and what type of engagement we're engaging in, right? There's different types of engagements we can engage in. Some can be healthy, some can be unhealthy, right? And we just have to define and explain and expand what engagement means to us and what healthy engagement is. And in most times it is unhealthy, and we just have to name it, shame it, and frame it in our own way, and then refine it and make sure that it works for us if for the betterment of society. At the heart of it, it's about how can we deepen our interactions in terms of linking both teaching, learning, and the activities that we engage in to deepen contribution to wider society. And I think for us, it is about also sustainability. How are we going to engage for a sustainable and brighter future for all, right? So as a community development academic as well, I think it is better suited, this conversation is better suited for it to start in this school, because we do have community engagement at different entities. We have the Center for Civil Society. The school is starting a Center for Community Engagement. We have a lot of colleagues who are actually doing a lot of work in community engagement. So for us, it's about how do we connect ethically with those who we serve or who serve us, because sometimes it's not about what, we are here and we're serving the community, but the community serves us in a lot of ways. We just have to understand what that is. We need to develop meaningful alumni. I mean, we don't even talk about that. Is that a part of the community of SOBEDS? Is that part of who we need to engage further with? In terms of projects that we engage in, how are we engaging in those projects? What drives us to engage in such those projects, whether it's students doing a feeding scheme or whatever? Those are activities that people often think of as community engagement. In our KPAs, we always ask our academics, do we have that KPA who is a cousin of teaching and learning and research? We always ask, what are you doing in community engagement? And we always get our academics to put in there, what are you doing in the community? And then it's often a conversation. I know if you're an academic leader, you'd understand exactly what I'm talking about. But also if you're an academic, because you always have to think, okay, what does that mean? Does it mean if I have a group of friends, like some of our colleagues do, and they have a soup kitchen, is that community engagement? And I don't do it as part of my work. If I expose my students to community projects, is that part of, what is it? What is it that we're doing? So I hope the conversations today, we will strengthen our understanding around what do we think about community? What do we think it is, right? To start off, and I'm quite happy that that is where we're starting, because it will help us also strengthen our schools' transactional or translational research as well. Because for me, I think part of what we do as academics, we need to make sure that we translate the knowledge that we produce and impact it to communities or vice versa. We need to also reflect on the public-private community partnerships that we have. What are those for? In the private sector, we hear a lot about corporate social responsibility. Here's the money, you go and do community development. But it's not defined in a way that, there's no imp. There's something there that we're not defining. My hope is that these conversations for the entire year, starting with today, will get us there. But also, I think what we need to think about is how can we pursue an engagement and that is ethical with one another as colleagues, but also with one another, with communities that we serve and that serve us. So with those welcoming and thoughts, I just want to welcome and thank the committee for organizing this very first conversation. And I'm quite excited as well that there is a student chapter, because I think young people can actually teach us a little bit more about what it means in the communities that they are linked with, about what it is, so that even the idea of projects that we want to do or activities that we want to do can be driven by the young people and by the students. So thank you so much, Prof. Zembe and the team, and welcome to this conversation.
Good morning once again, colleagues. My name is Metembe Mdlalose, and I've been given the privilege of introducing our speakers and also kind of emceeing this gig. Okay, so just for our housekeeping, our speakers have 10 minutes for their presentation speeches, or 20, yes. Then we've got 10 minutes for questions and mini discussions. Then at the end, we'll have around 30 minutes for the overall discussion that we have. Okay, so our first speaker will be Prof. Vungoya. And Vungoya is an associate professor in development studies in the School of Built Environments and Development Studies at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, where he has been teaching for 10 years, since 2010, sorry. His research focuses on agroecology, indigenous plants, and land restitution. He's a self-proclaimed country bumpkin, having relocated to his ancestral lands in Patel, Richmond, since 2019. There he has co-funded Bonagute, an agroecological farm. He takes the work of community engagement in his work as a farmer, assisting local farmers in sustainable farming methods. After Professor Moya, we'll have our next speaker, who I'll introduce, which is Dr. Hema Kapove.
I generally do not ever apologize for how I look or how I sound and smell, but I think today I should, because I just came back last night from a long trip and haven't had an opportunity to go home. So I didn't have my nice clothes with me, so I can't look nice. So I apologize for looking like this. Yeah, thank you. So be that as it may, let me, I'll just take a few minutes to talk about the work that we're doing in Patel, Richmond, where I'm based. So just to maybe foreground all of this is, like many of us Black people in this country, I was born and raised in a small rural village with the idea that that place was a place I needed to flee from. Yeah, that there was no life there. My life was in the city, in this case, Durban. I came to Durban to work and seek a livelihood. And I even went overseas for many years to go study, work, and then come back. But the idea was that Pateni, according to Frantz Fanon, is a zone of non-being. It's a place where humans cannot thrive. So you have to leave. It took me a long time to realize that I've been a fool for so long, with this idea deeply implanted in my head, that Pateni was a place to flee from. It took me until I was over 40 to realize that actually that's where life is, in the countryside. So I reside there proudly, and it's difficult. Sometimes there's no water, electricity, the roads are really bad, but I find that my life has really been transformed for the better. So I'm just going to talk about my work there, how I'm trying to bring the university there, and how I'm trying to bring that space into the university for my students and my colleagues that I work with. So I have a shortish presentation. Now I can't find the thing. I saved it on the computer. I see these machines. I saved it here on the desktop. See, I did say I'm a country bumpkin. Sometimes it comes out, you sit on it and it just pops out. It should say, you have to say community engagement presentation. It begins with a date, 22. I saw it, I saved it on that desktop, but I wanted to avoid exactly this, to embarrass myself like this. Like it's a powerful presentation. Please just search. I hadn't opened it. I just saved it because just type community engagement. There we go. Yeah, I told you it was there somewhere. Thank you. Okay. So yeah, this is what I've called it. Severance. Why we do that. There it is. You want this thing. Good. Thank you. So, so let me begin by thanking all of you, especially Professor Yanga and your team, for organizing this. What I think is a really important engagement, because this is what we should be doing work that engages the community to transform and change this crazy country of ours. So organizing an event like this is, I think, a really important part of doing that kind of work. So thank you, and for all the organizers, and I see our brother here from ICS, thank you for assisting. Yeah, so that's what I've termed my short presentation, Severance, why we do community engagement so badly. I got this idea from one of my favorite TV shows. I watch television also, like many of us. So it's a mini series on, I think it's on Apple TV. It's called simply Severance. It's brilliant. If you get time to watch it, it's amazing. It's science fiction. The idea is that there are these characters who work for this company called Lumon. Think of Lumon as UKZN. Yeah? They work for this company called Lumon, and the company has done some biomedical research. They planted a chip in the people's head so that when you leave home, the idea is that you split home from work. When you leave home, you get in the elevator or in the lift, and you get transported to your office where you work, and you become a totally different person who has no memory whatsoever of your life as a regular human being. So it's these two split personalities. So when you come back home, get in the elevator, as soon as you get in the elevator, you return to your normal state. You see where I'm going. So that's how we do community engagement. So it's a thing that is external, outside of us. That was a key word that when we listen to the definitions are important. So Professor Yanga, she's a professor, yeah. She gave us definitions. Because one of the key ones is that it's a thing that an institution or a human being does that is external to them, right? It's something that you go out there. A few years ago, I was working with a group of students here. They wanted to do stuff on food, right? They want to go to communities to teach communities about food. And I was saying to them, why are you going out there when they are starving students here, right? So there's this idea that the university has to leave, to go out there to do stuff instead of doing stuff here internally. It's for the same reason that we don't know the people who clean our offices by name. Most of us don't know them by name, let's be honest. The people who are providing security at the gate, you don't know who they are. You don't talk to them, you don't know their names. Why? Because they are not part of the community. We don't have an idea that the community is all of us, what we do among ourselves here, and that everywhere we go, we are community members and we need to do community engagement wherever we go. So even some of our leading community engagement scholars here will have a community, a project that they do somewhere, but where you live, in your flat where you live, you don't know who lives above you or lives under you, because there's this idea, this severance, that you are split, you are cut from your academic job, and you can't engage with anything outside of that. And when you do, you are a totally different person. So I think for me, that's one of the key problems, that there's this, our ties are severed from our regular work, is not internalized. Community engagement is not an internal thing that we do for ourselves, for our community here on campus. And that when you are a professor, you are also a professor in the place that you live, and you need to have an impact where you live, not that being a community engagement project as such. So for me, that's one of the key reasons I think we do this thing so terribly. So it is now quickly going to what we are doing in Pateni. So that's a picture of my beautiful community. There's a picture there that
Some of you, I was born and raised.
Oh, sorry.
In Pateni, Richmond.
Sorry. I put something else here.
These are the typical homes.
Let me live myself. There's myself itself, by the way.
And they continue to look like this, most of them. In fact, this is the view from across the valley from my house. And we grew up in an area that was characterized by agriculture, by close ties to the land. And these are rural areas that are ignored by the economy. As you know, rural areas fall behind in terms of all the important economic indicators, the social indicators, etc. Even though they have a lot of things going well for them. This is why a lot of people leave and go to the city and migrate and look for employment and better prospects elsewhere. So this is the type of environment that I'm really familiar with, that drives my thinking, that informs my teaching, that also in many ways instructs my research. So I will talk a little bit about what kind of research I do and what kind of writing I get myself engaged in, and the types of collaborations that I've worked on in the last few years. So you'll get a better sense of what you can expect in case you'd like to be supervised by me for your research projects, etc.
This was the thing I was doing for my students. So yeah, anyhow. So that's Pateni. That's what it looks like. A small village. That's where I used to play football, by the way, as a kid. It could have been me there many years ago. So that's what it looks like, right? Pateni, Richmond, it's about 90 minutes from here. So we started this project, Wonogote Farm, with my family. It's about a 1 hectare project on a slope. We grow vegetables and chickens, the chicken coop there, save our own water, etc. So that's my own, personal project that I do with my family. Then when you are there, you can't just be successful alone. That's the idea in Pateni. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. Even if you want it to work, it's not gonna work. You can't have a thing alone. It's just not possible. So we started this collaboration with a group of other farmers, older women, young kids. So many of them were not, there's a high unemployment. I mean, the statistics South Africa says unemployment is what, like 28%. We all know it's a lie. In places like Pateni, the unemployment is like 102%. Nobody works. So to get people in thinking about what resources do you have? Because again, we have been conditioned to think that we are people of deficit. We have nothing to offer. So when you begin to talk to people and say, what is it that you have? Suddenly, I have matric, I am young. Look at Peggy there in the green shirt. One of the strongest guys I know is 23. Tough, strong, he has land for days, from his grandmother, from his grandfather, land available all the time. So he starts thinking, I have land, So they are part of our group we call ILIMA. ILIMA, for those who don't know, is an idea of working together. We meet every Wednesday for 2 hours to work in each other's fields. It's just a thing that we started. An old idea that my parents had taught me about when I was a kid. So we're reviving these indigenous practices. So ILIMA is one that we are proud to have reinvented. We collaborate and work together every Wednesday from 3 to 5. We're working on each other's fields with members. I mean, how many of us there are there? 2, 4, 6, 8. Now there are 10 of us. We started doing this a year and a half ago. And as part of that work, we ran this visioning exercise. Again, talking to each of the projects. So you can see the names of the projects. People have given their projects names, Siyaphambili, ukwenza kwakho, Siyathuthuka, and so on. To say, what is it that you have? What are your goals for the year? What are your goals for the next 3 years? So to basically get into people's minds about what it is that they have and what it is that they can do. So here's one example from Kapeli Farm, Tony's project. She has about 2 hectares or 1.5 hectares right now. But she wants to have it all under production in about a year's time. She needs fencing to prepare beds and to make labor. So we've already, since she started at the beginning of this year, we already have, helped her get some of those things done. Yeah, all of it, by the way, these are organic vegetables. I didn't mention that. This is where we don't use any chemicals, no, pesticides, etc. Everything that we do is stuff that comes from the land, using compost, using cow manure. When we do use pest control, we're using, organic methods of pest control. So that's part of being in Ilima. And of course, now since I study agriculture, I know that there's no money actually in selling primary products. So the next thing that we're moving towards now is processing, because that's where people are going to be able to make money. So we organize workshops. So here's a processing workshop we did. I think this was in September this year, where we brought somebody who knows how to do canning, how to make things such as sauerkraut, how to make jams, etc. And yeah, people came. Members of Ilima, of course, were the primary target, but we invited the larger community to participate in learning how to process food. So this was one of the exercises we're doing, making sauerkraut. So you sell, when you buy a cabbage, it's a cabbage head is 10 Rand, 15 Rand. Or if you are at Woolies, it's 20 Rand. Yeah. So if you are selling to Woolies, so they would buy the cabbage from us for like 8 Rands and then they sell it to you for 20. So as a farmer, you get 8 Rands for the cabbage, but you can take that cabbage, chop it up, put it in a bottle with salt and some water. It stays for a couple of months. A jar this size suddenly costs 60 Rands. Yeah? So from 8 Rands to 60 Rands, that's a jump that processing does. So that's the idea that, people are beginning to understand that, no, you need to be processing because that's where value actually is. So how do you do it? So we're learning how to do that. And we're making jams. Our oranges here, this was in Richmond, June, July, August, September is, citrus time. So lots of oranges in the community that are falling down because nobody wants. Some of them are sour, they are not good. You take them and you make jams. Suddenly, one orange that you would be selling for 2 Rands, now it's a jam, you're selling it for 25. So that's the idea. Same thing with beetroot. The bottles on the left, we ask young kids to collect to do a recycling project in the community. One of them is in charge of the recycling program. So she has a team of like 15 kids. They walk around the community cleaning up, finding bottles, and we clean them, and that's what we use for processing. There's some of the pictures from the processing stuff. But our key product is Abona with the veg box, which some of you have enjoyed. This is the organic vegetables that our farmers produce. Some of them are from my project, but we also have other people. So this is an example of a veg box that we sold in Glenwood. When was this? 22nd of September, 2022. A list of vegetables on the left and the farmers that contributed to the box on the right. So if the box is about 200 Rands, that 200 Rands is split among 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people. 5 farmers who contributed to that box. It's money into the community. Our university says to us, how much money did you bring to UKZN? As part of the KPAs. I mean, if you bring 3 million Rands to UKZN, you are a big boss. Huh? It's good professors bring a lot of money to UKZN. But nobody asks you how much money you left in the community. So when I do my KPAs, I fight, about this issue that every month I'm bringing 10,000 Rands to Pateni through the Abona with the veg box. It's a thing that I'm doing. Nobody is funding that. I have to pocket a lot of that money myself most of the time because people are not able to afford a van. I have a van, so we use my van to bring vegetables to Durban. Nobody is asking me, you know, how much money have you invested in your community? It's not a question that you get during your KPAs. Let's stay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Professor Mvu. Any questions from the floor? I think we also have guys on the Zoom platform and also in our overflow venue. So perhaps if they've got questions, comments, they can just type them on the screen. Any questions? Yes, please.
It's a comment. Where can you get the value? Some of us.
You know, I think finance for the question. That's a question I really care about. Yes. So the box we do whenever vegetables are available. Because again, we don't want to be caught in the commodity chains where you have to supply your vegetables even when you don't have, because they put pressure on you. You start cutting corners. So the members of IDIMA know that we do the box when the box wants us to do. So at this moment, it's about every 2 weeks. We're able to do this. So yeah, so if you need the box, just let me know.
What about the gems?
All of it. It's again, it's seasonal. I think we still do have gems. When I checked, I haven't been home, but they said we still have like 20,000 gems that are left from the previous harvest. So yeah, so if people are interested, please let me know. You can just send me an email, put you on the list of our reviews. And as I stated, the point is farmers need markets, because one of the key problems is if you have a small field, you don't know what to do with you can't take them to SPAR, because SPAR want regularity. You need to provide cabbages every Monday at 6. If they say they want the venom cabbages every Monday at 6, you gotta do that. If you don't do that, they cut you off. You can't take your vegetables and sell them on the street, so it's difficult. So this is our way of trying to help small-scale farmers move their product. And things that sometimes they don't even take as important. Like, for example, pumpkins. In Patene, during the winter, you see pumpkins for days lying around. And then you go to Woolworths and you see half a pumpkin for 35 rand. So we are changing people's minds about eating pumpkins. Take this thing, we'll take this thing from your farm, and we are going to be able to sell it.
I was just curious, have you considered to sell it in marketplace or using like some kind of virtual platform? Because I know it's something that even informal settlements they are start doing it.
Yeah. So it's we're having these conversations with the farmers, to develop other, because we can't just do the box only. So yeah, these are conversations we're having, and we welcome any ideas about how we can help these people.
Because from our side as a university, we could actually help them to create that platform, and that is just where is the demand, what is the offer, and you just sell it, so you don't have this fixed appointment every Monday.
Sure.
But whatever you have, put the advert on, and then you get all the, I think that type of things also offers, people can offer and they can negotiate. I think it start something, a market, a proper market.
Yeah.
I think it will help.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm not can knows more, but even in the small informal settlements in Peter Marisburg, they are using that platform. They create themselves and they are selling the product. Exactly, they grow there and they sell it just to have a livelihood, because sometimes it's even difficult to reach. So, for example, you have to go to Durban. No, in this way, you find people that are maybe drivers that are going, and you use certain other channels, you can find a way to make that. That's something that we could, think about it for.
Okay, so we also have 3 questions on the virtual platform. I'll just start with this one. From Ingrid Bamberg. How do you involve the students in this project?
Yeah, so it hasn't been, because of COVID, I started this thing in 2019, Ingrid. So it hasn't been easy. But since I'm from Pateni, I have taken my students there to be physically in Pateni when we're doing rural development. We'd spend like 2 days learning and studying with the community members about the history of the place, about agrarian relations there. So taking students there also for me is an important platform. So students can get a feel of what it's like. Going forward, obviously, for all the students that I supervise who do agroecology and agricultural studies, this is my place for fieldwork for my university students. When farmers need types of research, for example, we have an honor student who is interested in time use in agriculture. So, and the farmers are saying, we don't know how much time we spend on various activities. It would be useful if you got us a student who can make a case that our method actually works, because a lot of farmers say, this thing is a waste of time, right? We need fertilizer because our things will grow quicker. So in order for our farmers to make a case that actually the traditional method is better, they need somebody who can compute all of that, to do the research on how much time do you actually spend irrigating when your field is mulched versus when your field is not mulched, so that they can know that the thing actually works for them. So those are some of the things that I think we can do going forward. Of course, there's a whole host of other needs in the community about learning, about adults who also need different kinds of assistance that does not pertain to agriculture. So students can be involved there also. So now post-COVID, I'm excited about what other things we can do with the students, at least in my ambit, and maybe open to other people as well. Say, here's an important site that we can use for research that benefits the university, but also research that benefits the community at the same time.
I think you might as well just stand there. Okay, so the second question from Lerato Moshesheo. I would love to ask what methods you use to mobilize community members, and how was the initial reception from the community?
Mobilization is really important, but I don't want to do it. At least my approach is I work with people who come to me and say they need assistance. A good example is I'll call him Mandla. I don't want to use his real name. So he's a neighbor. I saw he has a field also, like a really good, maybe 100 by 100, totally dry throughout the year. Doesn't grow a thing. Mandla does not grow a thing. So one day I sit with him because I saw him collecting leaves from his tree, his guava tree. He's collecting leaves. He's going to burn the leaves, and I'm looking at him and saying, I need those leaves, Mandla, for my compost. So I go and work with him and collect the leaves. I'm like, Ndod, why are you not, you have land, why aren't you working here? He says, Brazo, Mena, I have no desire. What are you talking about? No, my life is just comfortable, the way it is. Land, if I work the land, I need to irrigate every morning like you. I'm not stupid like you guys. I have no desire to work the land. My life is fine. I enjoy my drink occasionally. If I'm working the land, it takes me from my drink. Yeah? That's his story. I can't get in his head and force him to do something that I think is valuable when he doesn't want to do it. He has money because he has a disability. He has enough money for his life to be happy. He is happy, this guy. He is happy, absolutely happy. He's looking at me like I'm a fool. Yeah, he's happy. Every morning, he's singing at night, and in the morning, he's just fine. He's not my guy. I look at him and say, Mandla, you are not my guy, you are my neighbor, but I can't force you to do that thing that I think is valuable. And for me, he's one of the really important people to keep in mind. There are people like Mandla who do not want my involvement at all. He's made it clear. So I'm not going to be there mobilizing. You know? I'm not going to be there because he's made it clear. I need to be able to listen. This guy says he's fine, and he really is fine. He has no worries. I mean, sometimes I look at him and say, I wish I could just sit like that in the morning and not rush to a 9 o'clock meeting, you know? This guy just sitting there happy. You know, I don't need to do anything, really. It's the people who come who say, I'm stuck here. Can I do 1, 2, 3? How can you help me do 1, 2, and 3? So that's what I do. Because otherwise, I mean, I'll be spending my time mobilizing Mandla, who does not need my help at all.
Okay, thanks, Prof. Professor Pranita Maharaj, this is so impressive. Given high unemployment in the area, is crime a challenge? If so, how do you overcome this challenge?
No, great, Pranita, Prof. Maharaj, thank you. Luckily, this is one of the beautiful things about the countryside. We hardly have crime. I mean, there is crime, but it's mostly petty crime. It's not like here. When I'm in the city, I'm normally stressed. Like my keys, where are my keys? Yeah, where is my phone? All the time. Over there, I've been living in Patini now since 2019. I only installed locks on my door in March this year. I'll just sleep at night, just pull that door and go to sleep without even, I'm not talking about a lock, even a latch, you know, just put the door and you're done, you're fine. We lock the gate, but otherwise, you know, crime worry, that's the one big advantage. We are just calm, people are calm, relaxed, unlike here. So yeah, high unemployment does cause a lot of anxiety in Patini. There's high, you know, alcoholism is a concern, etc. But yeah, the crime levels over there compared to in the city stay at night. It's like you're living in another country.
Any questions? Yeah.
You know, I just joined KZN and hearing people.
Congratulations.
I just wanted to say something really important, you know, like how I think also how the university when at the end of the year or whenever you're looking at your KPIs, you know, and it's something that's very important to touch on. But hey, you type and you move, and I wanted to go back there because at the end of the day, you know, we want to say no, I don't want to speak on behalf of managers, but they are managers, yeah. For me, I want to do great things. We want to feel change. We want to say, it's better than to left. Right? We don't want to do that.
Yeah.
But however, realistically, the university expects it. Yeah. And now the question is an aspiring activity. I want to be doing all of them. You know, now the question is, how then do we ensure that we still do good in our community? Right? In us doing good in our community, are we also still doing good in our university? Because also you can't be fighting all the time with meetings regarding to your takeaways.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm still too young to be fighting like, I'm sorry about the risk, let her go, right? So how then do we balance things out? How then do we ensure that we deliver these things to our community and we are active participants or members in our community, while also respecting the rules that the university has placed? Because we also want to move up the ladder, but also while delivering the goods in our community.
Yeah. No, it's a brilliant question. I would say that I'll quote the biblical imperative. I'm not a church goer, I used to be, but I remember certain things that are still powerful now. There's a biblical imperative that says, be wise as serpents and meek as doves. We have to learn to do that. So in this context, those of us who are in the activist space sometimes we sometimes chop our own feet off by being too stubborn and not too smart. You want to force the university to acknowledge the thing that you do, but you're going about it badly. What do I mean? So, for example, community engagement. There is no reason why we cannot produce really good academic articles about community engagement. I should be converting this presentation into a paper. Yeah, that's my KPA. I continue doing this work and I get credit for the paper that I wrote about community engagement, theorizing community engagement. This problem of severance that I talked about earlier on also goes into the way that we think about our work. So there's community engagement, it's like severed from my teaching. There's teaching which is severed from my research. There's research which is severed from other administrative stuff that I do at the university. It's a problem. There is no reason why community engagement cannot be combined with teaching. Yeah, there's no reason why community engagement can't be combined with research and publication. So yeah, while we are trying to change our university to acknowledge this kind of stuff, we also need to be wiser serpents in transforming what we are doing into a language, translatability, what the prof mentioned, to translate that research into things that our investor appreciates. Because then you get your rewards. This should be a paper. I should be sending this to the Journal of Community Engagement. You know, then I get my rewards. The investor is happy, and I'm happy. I think those are some of the things that we need to do to see how we can turn that into that thing that the investor can.
Add to that. Sure. So I know also the university also can change. Right? There's possibility for university to change their mind about what those are. And I think opportunities are there for us to take the subject in terms of what they could do. Because there's an opportunity here, particularly with community engagement, to train in a way in which it is done. If people are doing the work that Professor Moran is doing, all of us are doing almost, there's a thread there. I don't see why universities that cannot see that as what community and what we're doing today. To actually say, actually, people are doing community. It's not like we all do community engagement in our own way, right? And it's just that when we don't have the tools or we don't have the mechanism to see it as what it actually is. So we are here to actually say, this is what community engagement is. You might have what you thought in 2010 when you were developing the curriculum to tell us what community engagement is. That's outdated, or it actually never happened. This is what people were doing. So this is an opportunity for us to actually define what it is. Yeah. That's for me, I just look at it that way. And there's an opportunity now because community engagement has become a conversation in the university. And I think we have an opportunity there to actually know what it is. Because a lot of folks are doing precisely what Marcus is saying, and actually your point around we're not doing it the other way. I think that was the way. That's what I was saying. That in terms of the funding, we were all celebrating somebody raises 3 million, and bring it to the university, but we don't talk about what we brought to the community. And I think that's brilliant. We can find a way to show that in our curriculum. Say, in fact, this is how we have given back, or given back the word, but how we have impacted the community, monetarily, or in other ways, because it's not only about money, it's also about the thinking that you are bringing, everything else beyond money that we have done. We don't have the mechanism to actually measure that.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much for that, guys. In room 2, we have a hand. Can you guys connect us?
Hello, Prof. Mbu. This is Emma. Thank you so much for the great presentation. I just wanted to find out from you, it's not a question per se, it's just, I just wanted more information regarding, your vegetables, whether you have tried drying vegetables and then packaging them for resale, either locally or abroad.
Yeah, no, we haven't gotten there yet. What we're trying to do now, I mean, it's just a new phase of our project, is learning how to make teas, for example. There's a lot of stuff, plants, herbs that grow in the wild in Pateni. So one of the ideas that we have now that we're experimenting with is how to use all these indigenous herbs and other herbs, dandelion roots and so on, to dry those and use teas. But yeah, it hasn't gotten to it's not in any strong or well-formulated idea. We're still experimenting with it, but you are totally correct. That food preservation is a really important part of agriculture. So processing and preservation via drying is an important element. And as soon as we are able to do so, if you have any connections or know how to do it and are willing to come and teach our farmers how to do it, we are more than welcome to host you and to learn from what you know, Sis Emma. Thank you.
All right, no, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, any more questions from the floor? Okay, I think, oh yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Prof. Moya. This is very exciting. And I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, wow, I was at my own little community engagement that I'm doing. I was actually born in so when I go to Ikobo, I graduate Richmond all the time. So I know actually I've never been there, but I know I see it on the way as I drive down to Ikobo. So I'm very excited because I also have my own garden in India. That's my marriage home. My husband's home. So we have actually very grow amateur and leaves and sweet potatoes and pumpkins, and we say those lie them down by years. So we never saw that much. We got 4 ladies who look after the you. They know the city now, they know the city, put down the material, they remove them, etc. But you just, when you had a material, you remember, you just give it to people. Whoever wanted a material, they will tell my sister, no, you can't do that. You have to do this ladies 8 times a day to plow, to use, to do whatever you want to do. So my sister had a market, started the market for us. She's a teacher. So she actually brought the packaging and started packaging Amadou and selling them to the teachers in the school in Poland. So that's our market. And we think there's so many of these, so many of them. Whoever wants to talk about them. So I'm very passionate about it because we also have chickens. I think over 50 chickens in the power land. So I think it's very exciting because I'm very passionate about it.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor. Yes. Very last one, yes, we have to keep time now.
Okay, my house home from here and then from all when the time comes, it's very difficult to see them very much. So when I started I was trying to get them into the market, I thought them to open up and I assisted them with the documentation and everything. And they were not on the board plans, so plans, no, all the stuff itself. Like the story, we ended up saying,
That's a funny, when you go to Japan, when you see the and then what, so why don't we have to do the basically found, but maybe I can help them with that. Because even now, because I'm sitting here, there's a whole lot. When you go for a visit, I was going to them, and you see it is so interesting, very big and breakfast. So you don't have what to do with them. They do give to the people around who are everyone, but the way they can be so it's not. So we need to get some sort of market. Well, the fact that we couldn't now I want to learn
Thank you very much, Professor Moya, for your brilliant presentation. It has triggered a lot of it's tea break conversations. Okay, so our next speaker is Dr. Hema Hargovan. Hema Hargovan is a senior lecturer in community development in the School of Built Environment and Development Studies at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. The qualifications and academic career straddle the fields of law, criminology, victimology, criminal justice, and community development. Dr. Hargovan has a BA Law, honors in criminology, LLB, LLM, and a PhD in criminology. He actively collaborates with state institutions as well as non-governmental organizations and plays an active role in policy development, reform, and implementation. Dr. Hargovan is a member of the National Council for Correctional Services and serves on the editorial boards of the South African Crime Quarterly and the International Journal of Restorative Justice. She has published widely in these fields and presented papers at numerous international and local conferences.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. And, you know, I find myself now wanting to escape to the country. You know, it's one of my favorite programs. And, you know, really, I mean, I also find myself now sort of speaking to an audience that probably knows more about movement than I do. You know, having come from law and criminology, which very much desk-bound disciplines. Criminology and victimology, of course, takes you out into the community when we look at prevention. So, friends, I'm just going to talk a little bit about how I ended up in doing, you know, work in various community contexts. And community, I define it, I don't even know what is the definition of community actually, because I've been working with state and non-state organizations, with NGOs, and you will see through my experiential learning how I've come to where I am at the moment. Do I manage the slides myself? All right, let's press enter, right? It's a new computer here. This is not the computer I normally use. Okay. Okay, so basically I started by saying that universities were not merely located in a community, but should be actually active members of the community. And they have an important role to play in actually the welfare and the development of the community. So I felt that universities can contribute to and learn from communities around them, whether it is a state community, as we call it. One of the state communities that I've worked with is the Department of Justice, the Department of Social Development, the National Prosecuting Authority, all of these. And from all of this engagements, I have actually framed where I want to be so many years later. And now we talk about community engagement, and now we have this issue of this KPAs. So the aim is basically to collaborate and to facilitate this exchange of knowledge, capacities, and resources that, as we already mentioned, should be mutually beneficial. I'm not going to go too much into the theoretical aspects, but I just want to raise the question as to how and why does the university engage with the community, And will that engagement actually lead to some kind of social transformation and development of a socially just society? So to a large extent, in the beginning, I was trying to find meaning and find a place for myself within the community, within the university community, and within the community outside. I must tell you that I could not find my place in the university community. Okay, I didn't know where I belonged. I began in a discipline that was very remote from community development. It was law. I moved to criminology early on. I remember my late dad asked me, "You've got a law degree now, why you want to do criminology?" So I said, "No, I don't belong in law. I cannot see myself standing in a court of law and defending a murderer. I just could not see myself doing that." And so I began framing my thoughts as a young student that I wanted to be somewhere else. And so I went into criminology. And then after I finished criminology, my late dad again asked me, "What are you?" I said, "I don't know what I am. I don't know where I want to work, but I know I want to work with people." But he says, "Now you've got a BA law, which is a BA, which is an incomplete degree. So you need to go back and do the LLB." So I went back and did the LLB. And believe you me, I actually was very unhappy. But I completed it, having failed in the second year, 3 modules, one of which was company law, which I still don't know anything about it. And that was it. And so I finished the law LLB, and I was immediately offered a position in the university as a junior lecturer in criminology with an honors in criminology, simply just an honors in criminology. And that is where my journey started. So really, today I know where I belong, but back then I actually was quite a confused person. So this last topic, this last point here is when I arrived at the university, I felt, again, I did not belong here because there was this overemphasis on this educational throughput and educational productivity, which I decided that maybe this is not for me. And so I left the university to have children.
There's a community right there.
So I simply walked out the university, and I was told at the time that you can have children and you can still remain at the university. But I said, no, I want to be a mother. I'm going to be a mother. I want to be an engaged mother. So I went away, but then I was called back, come and do 1 or 2 lectures here and there. And I remember sitting in the car park at the University of Durban-Westville with my husband, breastfeeding quickly, running up, doing a lecture, coming back down. And and then when I had a little one and doing part-time lectures in the evening, I used to take the little one and put a coloring book in front of her. And my students still, when they see me out there in the malls, they say, "We remember you with your little girl coloring in the front seat while you are doing the lecture." So you know, I really was not interested in this educational productivity. To be very honest with you, I was really not, you know, worried about that. So what is community engagement? So there's been calls from government and for universities to become more involved in community engagement. But as we've mentioned, there is no common understanding of really what it is and what it entails. There is no accepted definition. Yet, as academics, we are evaluated on how community engaged we are, and we are literally left to find our way. I really feel for the new academics that come here. They are presented with this, how community engaged you are. And they've been studying for so many years. And they need to find themselves, who they are, what contribution they are going to make, and where they want to be. So it's all about finding that meaning. And there have been so many definitions of it. This broad definition is problematic for community development scholars and practitioners because to a large extent, it puts the university right at the front. It forefronts the university rather than finding those common objectives through collaboration with the community. Exactly finding out, for example, if the university would find out what does this community want? The Cato Manor community is right down here. What do you want? What do you need? So there was this transition, and I'm not going to go into all of that because there's better stories to talk about later on. So if this one-way model, then it transitioned into this two-way model, and the Center for Higher Education Transformation actually tried to give us some kind of a definition. So in 2010, I arrived with my little box to community development. Literally, I moved about 20 steps from the Memorial Tower block, where I was located in criminology, and I moved across to this Shepstone building. But I tried then to start framing myself completely differently, and I began teaching in community development. And I have been teaching principles in community development, where we can identify, I've identified some of the main principles that have informed not what the textbooks are saying, but have informed my work outside in the community. When I arrived, the whole issue of locating it within human rights was not there. But then suddenly I remembered my late dad who says, you need to finish your LLB. Okay, so it became, there was just one word that actually then defined how I would go about teaching principles, and that word was justice. So I started talking about human rights, gender rights, sustainable and mutually beneficial partnerships, collaboration, drawing linkages between theory and practice. And then the last one, which I just added this morning, and that is transference of skills. Okay, the transference of skills, I feel, is extremely important, not only because I now see myself in the next part of my journey where I am journeying out of the university space. And so I feel I need to leave behind everything and then go out when I eventually go into retirement. So, so all of that and all of these have now informed how I engage with the community. So the university is often perceived as an ivory tower. This is from my husband. So I asked him, where do I go from here? And he says, basically, it is perceived as an ivory tower that is detached from the community where it is located. And the focus of universities is being global recognition rather than local relevance. And I think, you know, we have every year the rankings of South African universities, you know, and that for me, I actually have quite a lot of cynicism when I look at that. So if we have a very young academic audience, one advice I can give is focus on a niche area that is informed by knowledge, skills, and experiential learning. For me, and also your own research, and often it is your PhD that becomes that very good starting point. It is about collaboration and partnerships, to learn with and from communities, to respond to their needs, whether it is a state or non-state organization. Because I think to a large extent, we always think that we need to go to a non-state organization like an NGO or even your own projects, and state is separated from non-state. It is actually not. So my journey actually began out of disappointment and disillusionment with university structures and ethos. I was actually a very angry person. And I had to overcome that anger and say, how do I channel that? And I had made a very early decision to be recognized and affirmed outside the university rather than within the university. This is a very controversial issue, I know, Universities don't like to hear this, but that was my journey actually. For me, the PhD was the springboard for becoming community engaged. And the journey actually began, and I didn't know it had begun, long before I entered the community development space. So I was doing community engagement, but I didn't know what I was doing. It was not defined as community engagement. It was just something I did because I enjoyed doing it. And it was not something that had KPAs at that time. It didn't have anything. I just enjoyed being in that space. So I began with state organizations and then moved into non-state organizations. And I adopted this two-way model very early. You learn what the needs of the community are, and then you respond with knowledge, skills, and capacity building. And then to a large extent, I transferred knowledge and skills and to community members, which enables then students to learn from the experiences of the community. So there's been a lot of beautiful milestones. My first case is my engagement with Khulisa Social Solutions. Khulisa Social Solutions is a organization based in Johannesburg. It's a mutually beneficial partnership that I've had with them for 16 years. Over the last 3 or 4 years, they have profiled me as their academic partner, myself and UKZN as their academic partner. I also realized within all the disappointment that I could not really do much outside there without having UKZN. So between myself and UKZN, I had to develop, come to a position of peace and develop a mutually beneficial partnership. Okay, so the partnership was between myself and UKZN as well. And then through me, I had to take UKZN out there to the community. So I was involved with the development, implementation, and evaluation of the Justice and Restoration Program in Phoenix, KwaZulu-Natal, which was based on restorative justice principles and values. And how did I help there? The help was in the development of the funding proposal for EU funding to the value of 1 million euros, which the organization actually got. And we then implemented this Justice and Restoration Program. Then once that I became like part of the family of Khulisa at JOB, I then took students there to gain valuable community-based experience. And then they in turn, now, you know, our students, they come with a lot of their own trauma and a lot of their own generational issues. And so they were running a program called Silence the Violence. And violence is something that we express in violent and non-violent ways. And so these students actually spent 1 week doing the Silence the Violence program. And the reason for that was that in order for them to help someone who is a victim of violence, they had to deal with their own violence. So the students were fortunate to actually attend the Silence the Violence program. Then a master's student was able to spend time there and to conduct empirical research on diversion and diversion programs, youth diversion from the criminal justice system. And then when all of that was over, during that time, I was actually invited by Khulisa to go to Orange Farm. I had never been to a Black township, African township in South Africa. I had never walked the street of a township. And so they invited me so that they could develop programmatic content to do crime prevention projects in that township. And so I remember wearing my khakis and walking the streets of Orange Farm. Literally, we did a community walkabout. And we saw the drugs on the street corners being peddled. We saw the youth walking around not being in school. We saw all of that with our own eyes. And then we developed programmatic content for them to run crime prevention programs. So recently, very recently, Kulisa launched their People with Albinism project. And they were going to host, in partnership with the Department of Social Development and Department of Justice and Correctional Services, a national colloquium on access to justice for people with albinism. And I was called upon to facilitate a focus group discussion with people with albinism in Orlando, in Soweto. So at the same time, I had a student who was struggling to find a topic for a PhD. I took her along with me and I said, you will facilitate. And if you want to do something on albinism, you need to ask the questions yourself from people with albinism. So we had a people with albinism focus group discussion in Orlando, which my student facilitated. And out of that framed her PhD topic. So now that student is hopefully going to be finishing next year. So this, not only that, what happened was one of the participants of that focus group then became my student's research assistant in the gathering of data. So she is using a person with albinism to gather data from students at 5 institutions in KZN to understand the challenges of students with albinism at higher education institutions in KZN. So for me, all of this was quite, things just happen. It was not something that was intentional. It was things rolled into each other. So last year, we actually, through collaboration with Kulisa, Restorative Justice Center, and the university, hosted our first webinar during International Restorative Justice Week in November. And it was a fabulous webinar because we had Dr. Carl Schofer from the United States, who spoke about using restorative justice as a movement for social justice. And then this year, we are fortunate to run the second annual RJ webinar just last week. So out of that first webinar, what happened was that networking happened between all the organizations, and now we formed a coalition for restorative justice. So that was what happened there. So basically that was the space that I occupied in the community. I won't be long. I'm just going to wrap up now. Now, as a result of my interest in restorative justice, I then was invited to be a task team member for development of national prosecutorial guidelines for prosecutors. This took place very, very early. It was at the embryonic phase of my PhD. And those guidelines are currently being used by prosecutors in the implementation of RJ at the pre-trial phase. Then the South African Quality Assurance Standards Generating Body for Victim Empowerment. I served on that. I was appointed by the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services to serve as a member of the National Council for Correctional Services. The Minister of Social Development invited me to serve as on the Quality Assurance Panel for accreditation of diversion programs. And then the KZN Department of Justice wanted me to be on the subcommittee. So throughout all of this, my activities, especially with social development and justice, has been to a large extent capacity building and training, where I've been, if there was a need, for example, in last week, 2 weeks ago, I did a workshop for chaplains at correctional centers where they have to implement restorative justice processes. So all of this has been taking place in the public service space. I'm going to wrap up now. So basically, I want to say that you need to do it differently. It has to be your own personal journey. It will lead not only to make a difference to the community, it will make a difference to yourself. It is individual growth. It develops your own social conscience, and basically you have this deep commitment to make a difference. It can occur at the community level, sharing knowledge and learning through storytelling. Then on public service, through policy development, reform, and capacity building. Advocacy, creating better access to social justice. Development of programmatic content, which is informed by theory. And then monitoring and evaluation. So basically, I have actually come full circle. This was what appeared in the annual report of KwaZulu-Natal. And these are some of the things that might inform what is community community engagement. Is academic collaboration, stakeholder civic engagement, advocacy, awareness raising, rights education, project development, management, and social cohesion. Thank you, everybody, for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hema, for that excellent presentation. I'm gonna allow the floor for questions. Yes, Prof.
Now, what I really liked, Herman, was you really hit a point about working deliberately with consciousness, doing the thing that you really care about, and how that spirit is the thing that takes you to do proper community. So you don't start with community engagement and see how it can serve you. You start inside, internally, and you do the work internally. You passion yourself. I mean, what I really loved was all the doubt from the beginning. First, I guess this woman was confused in the beginning. She's asking her father, she's asking her husband, what's going on? And you are, I mean, that kind of how you expose yourself to us, really appreciate. And then you show us how from there, the kind of questioning and doubt, you know, you welcome doubt and you work your way through. And you hated UKZN and then you end up in UKZN again. Because things are gelling. And from there, then it's not just working with police, you're working with other entities, in the state, bigger. Really, really important. That's what I would see.
Thanks, Prof. Yes, ma'am.
From the school of applied now, I was brought into so on that and why are we here? I was originally and now I have to open the every day. And since I have just been up to I realized that I could continue to so my intent was it's the fact that they need to very they do have a problem but the main challenge is that legislation, majority should not be, it's not compulsory, but often like so the consideration between often they are not always legislation, but it's not compulsory. So I think that we need to be often I would tend to I would like to see back in the I would like to and we have this discussion, they have to be important often my question was, okay, you might often that what is the often that is not really you and a lot of the things you have after for the so now we are opening the room you are already telling the whole now you are forced to use it and you probably you for more telling let me start by telling you that we actually because I mean because of my involvement in the National Council for Correctional Services, we are a panel that actually advises the Minister on matters of parole for life sentences, for those serving life sentences. If you look at the history of the Victim Offender Dialogue Program, started in 2012, without any guidelines, without any policy. So it was a thing to do that was sounded good, sounded well, and it appeased the victim lobby. So basically, I don't want to take too much of the time. I just want to tell you that restorative justice in the prison, in the correctional setting, in custodial settings is something that is, the way it's done in South Africa is unique because it's offender initiated, and usually many other countries it's victim initiated. Also, there's this idea that if you don't do a restorative process, you will not get parole. So the intentions of the offenders is often problematic. And then also victims often suffer secondary victimization as a result of the process of restorative justice. So now I'm involved in this call for policy and the development of guidelines and protocols for the implementation of restorative justice in the correctional centers because of the way it's been implemented and the challenge. So we are now through the NCCS pushing for the development of proper guidelines for social workers, especially in terms of screening and preparation of victims before they actually encounter with the offender. It's extremely important, as well as the development of ethical guidelines. So that is another whole workshop on its own, and I think I have to leave that a day. I think it's my passion for so many years, and I think I might just take up the whole.
Thank you for the response, Doc. Any questions from the Zoom platform? For the okay, I see there's a hand from our room too.
Yeah. Oh, thank you so much. The last speaker. Actually, I'm not asking questions, but I just want to, not in every situation that you must pose a question to speakers in a conference like this. I just want to say a comment, and that's because when I was told about the community engagement, my understanding was that there is a kind of project to do. If I was wondering what kind of dress to wear, and for both speakers, I've been able to see the importance of this community engagement, because I also know that in the university settings, one of the criteria also for promotions is also community engagement. Besides teaching and learning, research and supervisions, community engagement is also part of the requirement So I keep wondering, so for somebody like me that have had my PhD in the UKZN, and I want to believe that I've got few experience in teaching and learning, research and supervisions, but I was wondering, where am I looking, where I'm actually fitting for the community engagement? But thank God, the two speakers have been able to open my eyes and to see where, especially the last speaker, be able to explain better and how universities have been able to come in and on how and why the university engagement is necessary in a community engagement. Although I do know that community engagement, according to what I know, is just an involvement or participation in an organization to look for welfare of the people of the common needs. So I was wondering, but just to say thank you for the two speakers to be able to explain better and to show me where I could also begin to think of in the area of community engagement to better weaponize myself in the area of a community engagement and to see how I can improve myself. Thank you so much. And thank you to the organizer of this program.
I think we've also run out of time for discussion. We now move on to our third speaker, who's going to be focusing on community engagement from the perspective of civil society, and this is Mr. Anoit Payne. As he comes, Mr. Anoit Payne is employed by CORC, Community Organization Resources Center, an affiliate of SDI Slum Dwellers International. He's the KZN Technical Support Officer. CORC have an office in Durban, Pietermaritzburg, Gauteng, and the head office is located in Cape Town.
My name is Arnold Payne, and you heard the introduction was very short. It's because I'm not educated in time. And the reason why I'm not educated is because I was yielding an AK-47 so that you can have education. So yeah, thank you very much, guys. I'm honored to be here amongst you. Everything that I've heard so far, it's not only interesting, it's educational, and I have great respect for you. I want to read a poem. I'm not a poet, as much as I'm not educated. I'm also not a poet, but I want to read a poem. And in this poem, you'll be able to extract some of the whys that we see in community, and some of the whys that some of the problems that you hope to solve will never be solved. They will just never be solved because there isn't that want to solve them, especially from government, because government is the epicenter. So I don't have my glasses. But the title of the poem is, What You Didn't Deal With Will Deal With You. A meeting, a gunshot, a siren, a funeral. What you didn't deal with will deal with you. Meetings at dusk, away from reality, black and white silhouettes, the green of the land too soon to be delivered into oppressive hands, the gold of the land. Mature voices in the corridors. I thought I saw a silhouette. I thought I saw you there. Neoliberal silhouette. Yes, I saw you there. Sunset clause about to reverse political gains. The blood of comrades, those who were found in shallow graves, gunshots behind the head, hands tied, others missing, surely died. Sunset clause, the green of the land, the golden is dead. Kosatu, your tone has changed. How can you alliance with an enemy of the workers? Poverty is an enemy to the poor. Investors what? Did we not say we would own the means to wealth creation? Did they sunset clause you too? Sasa, 350. From post office to the hands of Rupert, he smiles. We wait for the next 350. What's changed? The green, the gold in the hands of a few. State capture, a smoke screen. The real capture is to be servant slave to the system that operates, the system of foreign investment, the blood of the workers on a platter. Mature voices in the corridor. I thought I saw your silhouette. I thought I saw you there. Neoliberal silhouette. Yes, I saw you there. Mandela Ramaphosa. Is that you I see? Sold for a song. I work in the informal settlement space. I wear two hats. I wear the hat of informal settlements and I wear the hat of support to informal settlement. The government has sold us out. If there's anyone from government here, I want you to know that. Because the interest is not about developing people. Communities, especially informal settlements, have become ransom, have become something that they need to hold on to so that they can be in positions. I always tell government workers where I disagree with them. I say to them, you are just a jockey. The horse you're sitting on, will be there after you change. They'll change you. We work in informal settlements. We work in supporting two movements. We work in supporting ISN, which stands for, which is an acronym for Informal Settlement Network. We also support FEDUP, which is Federation of the Urban and Rural Poor. I don't have any notes because I think I know what I do. We support these communities to be able to support themselves. These are communities who have stood up and said, enough is enough. Government has made promises, but they will not hold us to their promises, meaning they will not hold us captive to their promises. So they begin to do things for themselves. And that is what intrigued Cork and SDI. Because Cork and SDI said, wow, these people who really want to do things. And Prof, you spoke so rightfully about people who, in your response, are not interested in change. They are content. Contentment is good, but if you're content in a place that is not good, then contentment in that perspective is not good. So people are content sometimes. So these people they do what they want to do and they believe they can. They believe, as we believe, that data should be free, that data should be accessible to all, that data should be used to change communities and change the lives of ordinary people, that data should be community-led, that data should be created by community so that people understand what community says. And there's a statement that ISN always uses, the saying, nothing for us without us. Because governments have a habit of creating what they call solutions for people. I gave a story at one place where I spoke. I said there was a municipality close to elections that came and dumped blue ablution blocks in a settlement and dumped them where the truck could turn. It was on the outskirts of the settlement. And one day a lady was going to use the facility, the ablution facility at night. She was raped and she was killed. She was killed because that facility was not placed where the community would have wanted it. There was no consultation. Her life could have been spared if there was just consultation, a simple facility. So the poem that I've read is a poem that says that we fought for the freedom, we made promises to people, but we're in a different space because we are now acting differently. The wealth of the nation is in a few hands. The country will be run, the world will be run by volunteers, I'm telling you this, whilst there are government staff that are getting paid to do their duties. Because that is where we're fast moving. If you look at how many volunteer companies, how many NPOs and NPCs have been constructed in the last 10 years, have been registered in the last 10 years, it's alarming. How many security companies have been established in the last 10 years? It's alarming. If we go back to the violence of July, everything that happens for a reason. There's something that's first, there's something in the beginning. That is why it's so interesting to hear you speak. Because this happened, and as a result of this, that happened, as a result of that, this happened. So there's always a domino sequence to what we do and what is done. There's an idea that if you're living in a shack, you think like a shack dweller. If we change the materials that obviously the shacks are built from, if it brings dignity to the shack dweller, Would he not think differently? Is the shack dweller thinking the way he thinks or she thinks because it's the environment that we live in? We know the negative impact of architecture. Architecture controls you. Architecture makes you do what architecture, how it's developed. It's meant to control you. That's how apartheid architecture developed townships and developed areas that had unrest. Peace and development between Indian people and Black people will never be achieved as long as there's informal settlements, near formal settlements, especially in the Indian area. We cannot fix the challenge, we cannot fix the problem of hatred whilst we have an informal settlement near formal settlement. There's got to be peace that goes with development. Otherwise, there'll be no peace. You come and build a shack near my house, it drops the value of my property. I hate you forever. But if we can increase the value of your property by creating a decent structure and eventually the entire settlement changing to beautiful structures. When you walk past a settlement that you once knew, you see beautiful, colorful houses, you see gardens, you see somebody working, you see a rooftop with solar panels, you see a rooftop with the garden, you see seedlings being produced in the settlement for those big farmers. You see manufacturing happening, you see people using ideas and creating structures, creating pieces for structures for other communities to develop themselves. Soon we'll be having this creation of employment in communities. People sometimes don't want to work for a little profit. They don't want to earn a little, they want to earn a lot. Because if you do surveys and you ask people, like, what would you like to do? I want to work for municipality. But you left school when the class was still happening. That's the first thing. Some instances you were forced to. But we don't have the qualifications. We're not going to get a job in municipality. We all know if you want a job in municipality, there's something evil you have to do. Our children go to municipalities for interviews and they come back pregnant with no job. Municipality have beautiful women. Why? I don't know. But our children are being abused because of poverty. So we supporting ISN in data collection. When data is collected by ISN, they do it community-led, and there's a lesson that's led after every data collection exercise. People know how to collect data, they know how to use devices, they know how to analyze data, they know how to think analytically. It changes their mindset. The group that has volunteered to work in data collection has a mindset shift, there's a change. They think differently. And that thinking differently leads them to start doing other things differently. They start getting involved in other projects. They start wanting to do stuff. They start wanting to develop themselves. Whereas if a simple data exercise had not come into a community, there would be normal people and everyday people that say, we came from the farm, we came to look for work, we're staying in a settlement, and we're going to die in the settlement. Some of the things that are challenging in settlements, we and you and government would never be able to do stuff in, I use the word never strongly. We'd never be able to do stuff in settlement if the settlement as a whole is not united. The unity of a settlement can mark such a difference. Because if the community, the entire community says yes, we can fight poverty, we can fight crime, we can fight Wunga, we can fight anything because we're united. There's one settlement in Pietermaritzburg where there's not one person who smokes. Wunga guys don't come to that settlement because as they're entering, they say, oh, no one smokes Wunga. Why am I bringing this up? Because the settlement is united. It's just one thing, unity of the settlement, they're able to do that. How much more can that settlement do? So I'm not going to speak much, but there's so much more to speak. But I'm just going to quickly elaborate on what these movements do before I exit. I'm sure I've used up my time. Fed Up is as I said, Federation of the Urban and Rural Poor. It's a group of mamas who have come together in saving. They've saved money. Some of them eventually have nice big houses, which are 50 square meters as compared to government RTP houses, which are 40 square meters. They started saving They were able to tap into their subsidies and utilize their subsidies to build these houses. The houses, the money for the houses or the subsidies did not go to some contractor, did not go to some development company. It went into a kitty which is under SDI, and that kitty managed the money, and every single cent from that money went to building that house. There was no corruption. It was sweat equity. It was community coming together, and they now have 50 square meter houses, which we are proud of. So that is what Federation of the Urban Poor does. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening to me. It's not easy to listen to somebody that's not educated.
Thank you so much for that touching presentation, Mr. Payne. I feel your pain. Okay, so are there any questions before we move to tea? Yes, ma'am.
Because one time to just honestly give up the family and saving out. I was also worried about saving my master's. And wow, when it comes to community engagement, and you mentioned that a community state that there's nothing for community that can happen without saving. And that's the case, and that's how it should be. But we find that even if there has to be some engagement that has to happen within communities, and some companies and some entities want to reach the community, government and municipalities serve as a barrier to that. I'm never frustrated with my work, but even my friends know that whenever we have to go through political buy-in and all those engagements, that I am very frustrated because like they are literally serving as a barrier. They are not doing the work to engage the community to find what are the problems that are happening in the community. And when there are other local research institutes that come with the facts and the evidence that this has been happening in the community, and this is how we like to intervene, and this is how we need your involvement as the government, as Nampala, as civil society, but I think there's this constant barriers, there's this constant, the little things, the non-communication, they don't answer phones, they don't, and even if you do make the travel go to them, and there's just no sense of urgency and no sense of involvement if you want to do the work to engage the community thoroughly before trying to bring whatever, intervention they want to bring in. So yeah, I do think that the government is really failing us when it comes to that regard. They are failing the community. And as such, communities, that's what leads to unrest within the community. Community members are angry. Community members feel that the government is not caring them because they're not, So yes, it's just that. I was just going to thank you, and I hope we get that out. So thank you for that. Yes, and so I'm so one like this is telling you. So especially the first time. We discussed so now we are always like myself, I'm always frustrated. I love what we have so now here we are speaking the system of the perspective, the working or now to understand this whole process, especially because we are not at the surface, but we have this time to understand and that's when the one is consistent in the so I think something needs to be
Thank you so much for that perspective. So
I have a question. You think you're- So, but the one thing I have to do about that is when you talk about nothing important, when you say government unit, I find that hard to understand. Because I've never seen a government unit. How do you do that? How do you get people to unite behind it? I've never seen it. They always conflict in division, and sometimes these are good, sometimes it's completely division are good. And learning to work with other communities outside is something challenging, but something that is to be solved. So we community unity have really started to do that. So I'm looking forward to doing that.
Beautiful question. The first and most important thing to do when you want to mobilize a community, the second phase is mobilizing. The first phase is researching the community and finding out what's in their community. You find that some communities have political structures that are placed there. Those political structures are the gatekeepers of the community. We'll never do anything unless those gatekeepers agree. They'll normally agree if there's something in it for them. You talk about food parcels. Food parcels are the worst thing you can ever do for a community. Because some people will say, how did you get to giving these people and not these people? Rather take your food parcels involved because they create this unity in the community. So you got to find out, you got to research the community. You got to know what structures are there, who plays those structures, what's the job of those structures. We come into a community as ISN, Informal Settlement Network Leadership. We get leaders to go and mobilize the structure, not professionals. When they mobilize the structure, they understand already what's happening in the structure. They then say to the community, this is what we're offering. And the offering is plain and simple. The offering is, we know how we're suffering, we know where we are, but this is what we can do to change, bit by bit. And this is what we have for you. Firstly, the data collection exercise is what we have for you. Because once you have data, then you can go to municipality and place the data on the table and say, this is who we are. We know who we are. This is what we want. You're not going to find everybody that's going to say yes. But what you are going to find is the few that say yes. You pull those into something called a development committee, which has all the different race groups, which has all the different genders, which has all the different ages, which have all the different political parties in them. And say to them, yeah, we are apolitical, we're not about politics, we're about development. And then we start the journey of development. I've never seen as many united communities as I'd like to see, but communities are united step by step by pulling in the role players that you want to pull in, creating the development committee, doing simple projects that benefit the community. And then those who are adversaries, those who are antagonists will then begin to see that, no, this thing is clean. We can then enter this thing, and slowly, slowly they begin to come in, and the net grows bigger and bigger, and eventually the community has a more than positive buy-in, more than a 50% buy-in. And so that's the strategy that we use. It's not the answer to your question. It's a strategy that we use that has worked for. Another question. Yes.
Thank you so much. Not only touching, but I think eye-opening. You're showing us really what a tough terrain community work is. That we want to make a positive transformative impact in the university, even in power. that we have. And yet the pain is quite tough for all the reasons that we have. And I think my question is, what role do you think should play the university in terms of consideration? Given the struggles that we have, given we've already shown areas where what is being done. You know, when you talked about, you know, how there are no conditions for people, the conditions for people simply not there in some of our communities. But I'm interested to know about how should we be doing conservation so as to make a difference in the struggles that we have, but also so as to not limit the other power structure that is similar to what is the government. Because the university is also an other structure of power. How should we be doing conservation differently?
Okay, you're asking the wrong person. But I'm gonna answer you. The first thing you do is you dress like you wish to be addressed. And sometimes I've seen students in my activities in settlements. I've seen some students not dressed appropriately and dress like you wish to be addressed, because when you walk in there, they start whistling at you. And you don't achieve what you can do. That's one. And you create an unsafe environment for the rest of the people. Because then they start seeing that you can get robbed or you can get raped. The environment is very safe, but some of the things we do can make it unsafe. That's one. Two, start treating those people like you're one of them. Don't come in as a PhD, even if you are. When you come in as a PhD, the first thing you do is they don't want to talk to you. I was introducing them a PhD, whereas if you come in as one of them, it's easier to work with them. Three, stay in the community. Don't visit communities. You come into communities, you gather data, you're gone. And the next time we go to the community and say, University of KZN has this nice initiative, and would you guys be interested? They say, no, Asbafuna. Bobafika, the last time they came, they collected data and they promised us everything. They did nothing. Stay in the communities. When I say stay in the communities, have your footprint in the communities, visit them often. Don't go when you need data. Because if you spend more time in the community, become a partner to those people, then data comes to you automatically without you asking for it. Two more questions. I'm going to talk first. Which one first? Or MC? So we don't have more because we've actually run out of time. Three. I need to also be present on my heart transplants. Okay. I'll ask.
So if we have another opportunity, after all of the presentation that we've given, so I'll be the family.
Okay, so I think we'll just hold those for our main discussion. Yes, it's tea time. we apologize, bro. Okay, I think the best time would be 10 to 12 because we also are out of our schedule. So our tea is going to be 15 minutes.
Right? From community development, nabo banayo community development, Mr. Professor then. Not of
I know the field in Senegal.
Okay, all right. Okay,
Okay.
okay, Stabo. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You know what, I like the approach because I think the approach is needed. We need to wake up and we need to tell the truth and tell people power. Yeah. No, you don't have to be in the school. But also no government, we can't always work on actual and but that's what academics sometimes think. I feel like we can actually say what we need to say. Right, but also we know what the civil society is saying, but then we as a government have to edit ourselves a lot, which we don't want to do because part of our effort as academics, we have that freedom to speak. But at times, because that's a political environment that's created where you are censored, but you're not censored.
4, 5, 6,
Which we don't want because that's not the freedom.
9, 10.
Yeah. It's not real freedom where in academics also.
But at least in here
And
better and what you say, transfer the room better.
But what you say, yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
So
And
it should
if
not
we
be
do speak, then
Um,
the speaking police will come.
yeah. Yeah.
And the most that what we're trying to create here is that no, as universities, we have that freedom to engage, to speak. We engage to, all those things. And I think that's part of our
audio.
perspective in what we do, because we're more aligned, in fact, with what's happening out there in our communities.
We got. So
But
thank you much. So, okay, so if we're presenting from here, you should be able to hear me a little better, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So you got it better. It's the control cable. Oh my, okay.
I think so, but it's important. So we sit in the audience. So what I'm saying, we're not fully. Yeah. But ideology is the difference and stage is different. Yeah.
Yes.
Otherwise, we're serving community. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now everybody.
Hey, how people achieve that difference? You know, and people say, I'm like, the church sect. You have information underlined by all kinds of motives.
It's a story about
Can I have your attention? We are now moving on to the next split. We've got Promise Damini, who is our school's operations manager, and she's passionately late. And here she is. A grand entrance. So as you walk up, Mrs. Promise Damini is the school operations manager acting at the School of Built Environments and Business Studies, where she is responsible for the daily operations of the school, providing strategic direction, vision, developments, and performance management. One of our important responsibilities is to give effect to policies, procedures, and guidelines governing in the school and the university at large. Mrs. Damini is a seasoned manager with 13 years of managerial experience at UKZN. She is well known for her commitment to operational excellence, community building, events coordination, outreach, and public relations. Mrs. Damini puts more emphasis on teamwork, as she is a strong believer of collective intelligence. She is currently pursuing her PhD in public administration. Her study is on employment equity at tertiary institutions, focusing on UKZN.
Thank you, Ndiyabonga. Good morning, colleagues. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Professor Zebezundi Unundaba Ukakashi and the opportunity Ampeyona and for believing in me as part of professional services. It's an honor to actually stand here in front of you, being a professional service staff member, addressing academics. Hi. Whoa. Okay, as all the speakers have alluded, I also couldn't find the actual definition of community engagement. So I opted into looking at the fact that it comprises of two practices, which are all dependent on your intention or where your focus lies. Which means that if my intention is to go out there to the community, meet them face to face, collaborate with them, and have discussions, have meetings, then that will be traditional community engagement practice. But if my intention is to just disseminate information or inform them about something, then we will use the digital community engagement. That was my introduction to what it is. And then come to the questions of the day for our support services. The first one says, how support staff practice community engagement? Well, first of all, they form parts of the community engagement committee. They run with the logistics of the events, being from booking of venues, preparing it for the events, sending invitations, ensuring that that venue has connectivity, as you guys can see. This is all professional services. Ensuring that we're having tea, as we are having tea now, taking care of the catering, frequently communicating with the participants, and ensuring, okay, now I've said this, as well as program directing and delivering more speeches. So this is what support services practice on community engagement. And then another question was, what is key to use the strength and passion of our support staff? Well, I would say it is to let them choose the project of their choice, projects that they are passionate about as individuals. Let them run with it. Because if a person is doing something that they are passionate about, they become very effective and productive. So that would be my idea. And for instance, I said, like, I can take myself, a person who's passionate about the youth empowerment, then a person like that would be helping students with registrations, applications, how to search for bursaries and apply for one, and also goes to the extent of assisting them with actually writing a good CV, as well as like assisting them on how to search for jobs. And then another question came, what kind of community engagement projects do support staff engage in? I'll start by the flood relief, because that's what we were dealing with in April. With flood reliefs, it's team building, underprivileged. They become members of the community forums in their communities. They become members of the school boards in high school. I was one of them. I'm a professional service staff. They participate in blood donations in their communities. And they also become parts of the career day at the university or at the college. For instance, just this weekend, we were part of the career day where we were informing high school children about our programs and the parents with it. They also get involved in advertising, doing road shows, and also be part of the UKZN Indaba, which is what we are, which is what we ask. Right. Another question was, how visible and how valued do we think support staff community engagement activities are to the university? Well, I would say they are visible and they're well supported. And then I'm going to make an example again for during the floods in April, where the university took the initiative to support those that were affected by floods within and external to the university. The School of Built Environment and Development Studies, which is our school that we're proud of, also took the initiative to embark on a donation drive for all the affected and impacted by floods. Colleagues will remember the emails that I was circulating, requesting for non-perishable donations to assist those that were affected and impacted by. We also support the initiative of community engagement through funding, facilitation, and motivation. When I say this, it is always better to advise professional services on time when we have events that are going to be needing our support, because it gives us more time to actually plan, coordinate, and ensure that the event is a success. And lastly, it was about my personal experiences of community engagement. Well, I have alluded on it on a part of what I do, but as I mentioned before that during the holidays, I go to Indaba, and when I go there, you see rural areas, they're very friendly. It's not like, it's unlike urban areas where your neighbor will be, that's it. In rural areas, people that live there are like a family. They will know every member of the family in your neighbor. They will know every member of the family in a house that is a meter ago. Where I'm going with this, when I come home, they already all know when will I be coming. And then that is when I start my community engagement work. Because those kids that are in matric, as I'm speaking now, when I go home to Kingidoki, they will be queuing for me to assist them with applications to different tertiary institutions, to assist them with, some of them have already applied, some have not even started applying. Some do have some information on their phones, and some, the phone doesn't even have internet. So I take my laptop and sit down from scratch, and they sit according to who came first. Then I will assist that person until we finish, and then assist the other one. I also assist them in writing their CVs, and I help them to even get jobs, you know, like, because I see, I have access to the internet. So I'm able to search and find jobs and assist them to apply for jobs. And I have people who are working now because I have assisted them. I also mentor, I didn't know I was a mentor, but yes, I was told, because I would see people coming to my office often for assistance. And then actually it happened more when I was here at Builds, because I would see my colleagues from down coming. When a person is going to go for an interview, they also come to Promise. That is me, with community engagement. They come to Promise, and Promise assists them in preparing themselves for the interview. Over and above that, like I said, there is a group of old women from working in Indaba who have a land for farming all the veggies that you can think of. During COVID, there was that land, and then my husband and I also got another one where I also learned how to actually do the farming myself. So I help those women, I helped them, and I still help them by obtaining a CK for them. I registered a company for them with my assistant, and I got them all the necessary documents that were needed. And then I started knocking on the doors for them, because it's heartbreaking to see their work. Because you will see, even the spinach, it will go down. The cabbages, they get rotten. So what I did was I knocked on some of the doors to actually assist them in selling the vegetables. It was successful to some and it wasn't. And then we opted into looking at other ways because they were not getting the profit. Because the spinach, a Spar would want to buy it with 5 rand. Or sometimes say, no, give it for 4 rand. Cabbages, they say 7 rand, then we'll take it. Like with the cabbage is fresh and it is so big. And then the butternuts, You know, so eventually it didn't work. And then I decided, because I was feeling so bad, because I could see so much work that they have put into it. I took our van, I put everything, and then I came here to Durban, and then I went to the market. After work, I went there, I parked there, I sold stuff for them, and it didn't get finished at the market. So I drove to Isipingo because I didn't need to get cotton. And then I stood there, it got finished, and I gave them the money. So that's why I was very interested in Prof. Moya's presentation, because I have experience around it. And now it has given me an insight to say, okay, let me also learn about the processing, because I can assist them with that as well. And then having said that, my community engagement does not end there. I think God blessed me with motherly love, because most of the kids that are motherless and who are at my disposal, I become a mother to them, and I help them in any which way they wish, as and when they come to me for assistance. Now I have children that I have said to myself, okay, fine. She's my daughter, there's nothing I can do, because each time when they need something at school, she will call me. Each time when they talk of something, I'll get a WhatsApp. They're different ones, and my kids have also accepted that, okay, she's not only our mother. So yes, that is me and community engagement. Thank you. And could you
so much for that presentation, Mrs. Daramo. Any questions you may have for Mrs. Daramo before we move on to our last speaker? Yes, sir.
It's not a question, it's just, it has occurred to me that things that we do in our everyday life that we think it's not community engagement quotation, it's impactful to the communities that we live in, whether they're close communities or far away communities. And I think it opens there's an opening here in terms of redefining or revisioning what community engagement could mean for each and every one of us. Because I'm pretty sure when Mrs. Dlamini was talking, I saw people their head nodding, because that's what we do, right? That's what we do. And well, some people call it volunteerism, some people call it whatever you call it. Some people are members of churches and they do a whole bunch of things, or religious organizations. But then you are engaging, you are making an impact in your community. Maybe it's not even community engagement, it's making a contribution or an impact to your community. That's what it is. Maybe we're all the theorists out there, maybe we're coming up with a definition or at least a vision, yes, of what we think community engagement is. Because those things that you think are small, you know, people call me to do CVs. I mean, if you have done community work or youth work, that's a lot of work. Even doing your own CV, updating, let alone starting a CV from scratch, knowing that you have to do an interview with someone. What else do you do? Okay, so you do this and this and this. Okay, we can call it, then giving it, framing it in a CV way. You know, that's a lot of work. If you do youth work, social workers and community engagers out there, you know, it's a lot of work to actually put it so that a young person can live with something. And actually, for the work that I've done previously, and they look at that and they say, I do all of this, and you have put it in such a beautiful way, I will get a job. For the fact that even the students that you mentor get jobs at the end, to me, that's impactful. No KPA can put that in your KPA. I don't know if this is part of professional services in your KPA. In professional service, is there community engagement in that? So those are the things that we need to think about, because we all do it, right? In our own way. And but also another question comes, why does somebody have to judge it or to evaluate it? Because it's work from the heart, you know. So I'm reflecting here, folks. But I think there's an opening here from Zoli and the team for us to rethink, redefine, you know, what it could mean for us.
Yeah.
And recognize that and affirm that.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, no, I want to echo what Kalema is saying, because, I mean, again, I spoke about being wise as serpents anyhow. That's part of what we need to be doing. I mean, the establishment of the center, I think, is really urgent, where we can house all these activities. I've just engaged with some universities in Central Europe. When you look at their websites and the things that they say they are doing in the world, you know, all over the place, in Asia, in Africa, in Latin America, they look amazing. I was looking at them thinking, when I listen to you, we do all these things also. But you know what, I mean, is there anything, I mean, all of this, I mean, any website or any, we just take it for granted that these things happen. And we need to be really smart about how we frame it, how we present it and project ourselves. It's also political work, right? Because we are seen as people of deficit. So to show the things that we are doing ourselves, the work that we're all doing for ourselves, with no interventions from some external other. This is what we are doing for ourselves as Africans. You know? So I think that's really powerful, and the establishment of this center, I think, is really urgent. Where we can really place these things rightly and loudly as part of the stuff that makes us who we are.
Yeah, great. Please go ahead.
Now, something just came to me, and that is, perhaps, having listened to the last speaker, I just think that the university has to have a whole university approach, so that as what they say in the SDGs as well, no one is left behind. And it's not as if there should be a disjunction between professional services and academic staff. I mean, in the webinar, we had the PR people sorting out the webinar, but the job that they did was absolutely amazing. And I found that the PR people were now engaging with community organizations outside and independent of me, who was the coordinator. So they were reaching out to these entities without me having to do much with that. And that opened up spaces for that individual or that unit to enter their world of justice and whatever. So I think that the university really needs to up the game in the way they bandy around the word community engagement. It's not just a word, it's about doing and recognition and respect. I think at the end of the day.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
I wanted to say, but I think I should reserve my comments for when I sum everything. Otherwise, I'll go on forever.
Okay, so
There are two hands up.
two hands, yes. Two hands from our other room.
Yes, it's Emma again. Thank you so much, Promise, for that insightful presentation. I was just wondering, because if I look at it, it means the kids who benefit the most from the information that you are giving are those who are living within your community, within maybe a radius of 20 kilometers, if I were to estimate. What can be done to make sure that, what you are doing is also reaching other areas, like, as far as Nkanya Kude and all those areas where maybe they don't have the privilege of having information about, the institution when it comes to applying and, job seeking. How can the university make sure that the information is spread widely across the province, even across the country.
Thank you, Emma, for the question. I would say that advertising. On social media, because people nowadays, they believe so much in social media. Also, if I can say, advertising, we recently started to advertise all our programs on different radio stations. So to reach those communities in Omkanyabude or Watuguza, we can also advertise on UKZN FM, which is the radio station that they listen to. But me personally, assisting them, I think I can only post it on Facebook, because they do have Facebook accounts, some of them. Otherwise, or maybe put something on the road. I'm not sure, but not for people who are that far. I don't think they'll benefit. So it's advertising on media. Thank you.
Response, Mrs. Damini. I think we had one more on our next venue.
Over online.
I haven't seen anything online at the moment. Any question from our other room? No. Okay, I think not. Okay, so I think in the absence of that, before we recap and we go to our discussion, which Professor Zembe will be very much in the middle of, our last speaker is Mr. Lwandile Manyon. Lwandile holds a Bachelor of Social Science honors degree in community development and an undergrad Bachelor of Social Science degree specializing in housing. He is currently enrolled for his master's in town and regional planning. With knowledge in special planning, community development and human settlement development, he's a dynamic and motivated individual with a proven ability to be an active individual. Lwandile seeks to enhance his skills and contribute towards making a change in society.
Afternoon, everyone. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank UPA for providing this platform and just giving us as students a voice to speak out and spread our wings. Anyway, but today I just want to speak about my understanding of community engagement, but also touch on a personal experience that I have with community engagement or community-related projects and developments and anything like that. So, in any natural order of systems and positions, there'll always be people at the top, at the middle, and then in the bottom. But one person may ask, how important is it to voice what exactly is truly community engagement? Or is it anything related to reality? Or maybe it's just a myth? So community engagement is essentially just giving the control to people in terms of decision-making that affects them the most, in a sense that they must be given a fair, democratic, and inclusive platform to voice their opinions. By implementing this, development tends to be then seen as inclusive and sustainable, as it is a process where those beneficiaries have the opportunity to direct development and impact personal growth and self-reliance. But also one should bear in mind that engagement can be done in many ways, but it gets the question, can classes attendance with no contribution of any sort seem to be any form of engagement? Or must the members be active, not just to be passively present to listen? Another vital question is how much control a community can give or can be given in the name of engagement. because everything requires balance, and so does community engagement. So where exactly do we draw the line? I would like to reference this to a story of Robert Moses and Jane Jacobs. Robert Moses was an urban planner. He designed New York as it is today. And the fascinating story about this is that I think that's when the implementation of this community-based approach started to sink in people's lives, where he was designing a street or a road from which was going to get rid of a very big settlement of people. So Jane Jacobs was a journalist who was living in the area. So she basically criticized him and ended up creating a massive, basically blockage of everything that Robert Moses was doing, and mobilized the people in the community to be against this form of development that is subjected to be correct to everyone who lives there, because to them, they don't need that road. So this story reminds me of also another personal experience that I've had, because I'm doing my internship at the Ethekwini municipality, and funny enough, I work at community participation. So it's interesting to be here and talk about this, because when I got into work and started working, right, that was my first job, right? I got this job. Okay, I know a lot about community participation. I have a comm dev degree I have an honors degree in community development. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to start implementing what I know. But when I get there, none of that works, right? So it makes me wonder then, why do we learn these things? When do we implement these things? Why do we write these things and keep criticizing how the government works, yet we know how they should be doing things? So when do we then implement what we know and learn? So it becomes a challenge, because this not only happened at work, but we were also invited in a conference with my colleague there, Lusanda Yagasalka. The conference was basically a public participation session like this, where we had mayors, we had traditional authority members. It was a big conference. And we as students were invited to have a discussion relating to ways of improving public participation. What are our ideas? What do we think about it? How can we improve local government structures, etc.? But it was so sad, because that session ended without us speaking at all. They neglected us and started having sessions among themselves, where we were there to subject what we know and have learned to try and improve these issues. So for me, it makes it clear that indeed community engagement or any form of engagement between people is very much missing. So as a young Black South African, I've seen all types of developments happening around me, but these developments have one thing in common. They've lacked the support of the general public, and most of these developments are imposed to communities. And the rationale behind this is that the individuals who sit at the top of the ladder seem to know the needs of the public. This has proven to be a problem, because you cannot remedy the community's issues based on mere assumptions and quantitative research. So at work, back to work, we have a structure, which is a public participation platform, basically. And I think the issue of politics, and especially in local governments, is so bad that it affects many communities. Reason being I said this is we're supposed to visit another ward where this platform, we mobilize the communities first, then we gather in one place, then they start to speak about issues of service delivery, then we gather all departments in the municipality like water, electricity, and then they need to provide feedback as to why they have this issue or whatever. So that ward, apparently the mayor was there like 3 months ago, and we didn't know that. So when we go there, or when we were planning to go there, it was a problem, because we're actually told on the day to cancel the program, because everything that the mayor promised 3 months ago is not done. So why would you be coming here and say, what is the problem? What do you need? So the mayor was like, no, none of you should go there. That program should not happen because then my face as a mayor is basically providing empty promises, which is very sad. And it makes you look at politics that are changing people's lives negatively, right? So I think, unfortunately, these conversations would end in such instances because one thing I've realized is that there's a misalignment of understanding what the community needs by engaging them on what they need. And then there's that process where you have to then factor in what you as a department are offering and then how we can meet them halfway. That does not happen, unfortunately. And it is so sad because every single week we go and visit wards and people, you can see that they are dying inside. They need help. And we keep making these promises and we don't engage them on what they actually need. So maybe what should happen is that over the years, we have come to a realization that we do live in a flawed society, which embodies several inequalities and imbalances. As a society that claims to be diverse, inclusive, and representation on paper, what is seen on the ground is a direct opposite of what we claim to be. So in that sense, community engagement maybe should then be seen as a remedy of such imbalances and as an essential tool to remedy all errors of the past. Community engagement should be about agency. Young people become engaged through involvement such as these platforms with existing organizations and government institutions to establish leadership and new organizations. I was very excited to be asked by Prof to be part of this student forum because now we have our own platform, right? We have our own platform to basically learn from all the academics around us. And that should give us an opportunity to implement things that are correct, that are proven to work, right? So I'm really looking forward to this. And I think I would just like to close off by saying that community engagement should also be about giving the people the platform to express their issues and desires and have a level of power of influence in decision making. And this seems to be the biggest issue, decision making. Who influences or rather dictates how development should be done? Is it us, the implementers, or them, those who need those developments in their living spaces? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Daniel, for that thorough presentation. Before we move to our next segment, do we have any questions for Mr. Daniel? He left everyone just.
No, I just wanted to comment and then to say thank you for Mr. Manuel for that insight. And I think I felt you when you were talking about the disappointment that engagers or implementers see when they go to communities who have been promised the stars and the moon. And that folks who are promising, perhaps some of us are part of the promisers. You know, when somebody promised you the world, you know, young people, I will find you, you know, and then you see it just blowing out on your face. That you know that is not true what they're saying. So I think the agency also from the community, I don't know what we have lost in our country where we cannot see a gimmick when it comes to us or somebody who, an imposter. I'm not saying the mayor, don't quote me. Professor Padema said the mayor is an imposter. I'm just saying that it happens everywhere, right? In all organizations, you find folks promising us the world, the moon, and the stars. But deep down inside, you know that they're lying. Basically, you know if somebody is telling you that I'm gonna take, no, you know, right? So I guess the responsibility also to us to hold them accountable as they speak, right? We have become so polite and so, you know, that's why I don't promise anybody anything. Right? Because I have to live up to the promise. And the young people are watching us, by the way. You guys are watching us. Whatever we say, we have to deliver, right? Because you learn from us on how to become a leader. Because some of us will be gone, and you guys are taking over. And you're learning from us if we don't deliver. So the vacuum that we have in leadership, it's also about us not being true to ourselves, but also the communities that we are promising not holding us accountable for what we are promising them, right? So I just want to comment on that, just to say thank you for highlighting that for us. We are learning from you as well.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes, thank you so much for that, because I just want to just put it out there that one of the things that is moving quite fast throughout the world is this idea of restorative justice. And where we have the application of restorative justice principles moving out of the criminal justice system into environmental issues, into social cohesion issues, and into this vision now that we are looking at out of the second webinar. One of the outcomes is to establish South Africa's first restorative city, where every single action is informed by restoration, is informed by respect and trust. And I think working in a municipality, it's going to be extremely difficult with all the disjunctions and politics and power that is there to actually identify which city in South Africa is worthy of now having this kind of experiment being used, maybe bring in this knowledge and get the whole city to work together towards that goal. So I just feel that, as a student, as an intern there, perhaps you can bring in some of those new ideas to this.
Thank you so much.
It's more a comment than a question, maybe. When Rodney said that, sometimes when the mayor said, don't go there because they will know that, I haven't delivered anything. I also think that, I know one of the speakers also mentioned it in terms of students, and us as academics, where a lot of us go into the field, but then how many of you all really went back with the results? We go, conduct research there, how's the electricity, how's the water infrastructure, whatever it is. And then once we get there, and then when we're leaving, you're like, okay, thank you so much, great work. You take that publication, publish it in the Q1 journal, you get all the congratulations or whatever not, and then nothing goes back to the community. So most of the time, which is true, governments are the ones that are bad at almost everything. We like to blame them because they deserve the blame, right? But sometimes with us also, do we disseminate the work that we're doing? Because earlier on we were talking and how when I just came to UKZN, I realized that I'm in geography, right? I just came to Howard and she was explaining to me that this is the School of Built Environment and Development Studies. And then also on that side, there's also something with the community and development studies, right? And then initially when I came, I thought that, oh, it's all just one big cluster or big units, and then we're just working together. Like, no, we're not, so it also starts at home. So it's easy for us to throw rocks elsewhere. But then if you realize, or the question is there working together between our institutions on its own, right? So the units of development studies or housing work with the ones in geography or the ones in, I don't know, religion or philosophy or whatever not. Because at the end, we're going to find ourselves in the same situation in the mayor where someone in the postgrad will go from development studies will go to a field or whatever in Tuzuma. And then a week later, I'm from geography, I'm going to go there, have almost similar day. And then we look like clowns. because they're like, where are you coming from? I'm coming from UKZN.
Oh.
And then where are they coming from? Because if you look at the questionnaires, most of them are similar, right?
Yeah.
You look at all of these things. So at the end, you know, let's say now you don't know that Toby went there, promised the people money, actually then promised people RDPs. Then when you come there, it's going to be really difficult to explain to someone who's not educated that, listen, I'm from a different, you know, college or a different cluster or something like that. So also that's where the issue comes with us also on our own. Before we go out there and we say, oh, the government is doing this, what are we doing to show the people that, listen, we are actually together in this and we're working to ensure that we all grow and prosper. So that's.
I'm sort of down for editing, honestly. But Usman is raising something I wrote down here, say, like, just a quick example. I met stay in our workshop, like it's UCDP workshop, at the UCDP workshop. And we had this conversation, say it's from the School of Built and I'm from Criminology, School of Applied. And we had a discussion on his PhD topic. And her PhD topic is on gender-based violence. And we had a discussion to say, like, at UKZN, we are working in isolation. And just imagine if he writes an article on gender-based violence, and there is criminology, you know, some criminology perspective on gender-based violence, and also his perspective on community development. This can be a good article. So my point was, as UKZN, we need to collaborate, like have interdisciplinary collaborations. I once attended a conference. We had a conference in Mexico. We used to go there for our interdisciplinary social sciences conferences. We meet people from various disciplines, and they're presenting studies which are relevant to each discipline. If you're from law and maybe your articles on human rights, and you see, this article was written by someone who's in law department, but there are social workers there who contributed on human rights. So I think as young, because we're still learning from our leaders, I think we really have a problem with collaborations.
Yeah. Just one moment, Prof. I actually saw a hand. I don't know whether this is a previous hand or a recent one. Our colleagues from ICS. Is this a previous hand or? Okay. You can proceed.
No, thank you, Batman. The question I have for you is, if you were running that department, the public participating in the implementation, what would be the one thing that you would fundamentally change about how you approach the whole space?
Okay, the unit is quite big and broad, but I think narrowing it down to its core function, I think that would have to be reinstated because we are not community participation. It's like we are not connecting the people to local governments as we should be. That's the biggest problem. People are not aware of so many things that are happening or that the municipality provides, but we should be giving that information to them because we are supposed to be engaging. We are the bridge as a unit. So that lacks so much that the community in itself is so isolated when it shouldn't be. There's so many programs that the municipality offers that could help so many people that people don't know about because there's no way to know about it if nobody can tell you. But because we are responsible for that, we should be going out there. That's what's lacking there. And it's a big problem because we are missing out on actually changing people's lives, which is exactly what the sole purpose of the municipality as a whole. But yeah, I think that would have to be really looked at, and maybe there should be strategies or ways to engage communities and councillors and ward committee members so that there's this alignment. Because now there's this agenda where there's a community, you can't say that, and then you can't do it to you. But the way it's still looked at is so bad. It shouldn't be that way. Because we are part of the city. Right? So I think that would have to be really looked at, and I don't know, maybe have a look at strategies like that to improve that form of connection.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And I think the problem of communication between the different first of all, between the same stakeholder, like for example, institutional communication across the different departments. I promise you, even across the very same cluster of disciplines, there is not much communication going on. But it's up to us as academics. You know, I know sometimes it's a kind of a challenge, and sometimes it's even a fight can be, but it's all about community engagement. I mean, if we don't start from ourselves, you know, from the very small department and then from the school level, and then we go out, we open. I mean, it's all about communicating and opening the discussion, but opening, not to just delivering, you know, information. I think sometimes what my personal perception about what, for example, I don't want to complain about a municipality, but it's just my perception is that the municipality tends to deliver information. So, we did this, we did this project, and of course, it's political, you know, very much politically driven, but they don't really open the dialogue, you know, and I think there are very, if we could, I have some multi-stakeholder workshops and events, and this is something that the Center for Community Engagement should look at, organizing and creating this dialogue among the different stakeholders, the different departments, because we really need to do that. And it's also something that goes to what you were saying, and which I totally agree, feeding back to the communities. So how we feed back to the communities without using other means, like we cannot send to the community our academic publications. They will never be able to understand it. So why we don't, as academics, we don't produce outcomes that are specifically for communities, for local communities, just for them, not for us. But why we are not acknowledged? If we do this, I promise you, you cannot put it in your rock, in your not too big. No, because yes, you can put it, but it has no value, no big use from that. Whatever, yeah, you must be very artistic. I don't know.
Yes.
I feel it's you have to make up something, you know. But I feel that really we should, as academics, talk to different channels, because yes, we have this agenda that puts a lot PUs, publications, research, outputs. Yes, but what about the impact on communities? I mean, they can literally, I'm sorry for the French, but they will use as toilet paper our academic publication. They know about so and other things we can do policy briefs to just inform the policymakers. We should really try to act on different levels. So and that's where I see the multi-dimensional, you know, this different layers for community engagement. You know, so that's my, thank you. Sorry,
Can I just add on that? Just to also add on the question on what I would improve. Thank you, Prof, for actually bringing this up, because I think one thing I've realized is that another problem, or especially with what we do, goes to the communities, right? They tell us their problems, but one thing that I was very fortunate about, especially with my former manager, because he's retired, but that man was he was like a father, right? He would literally say, there's this project, what would you like to do? Like what knowledge do we have that could improve this project? He gave me that platform. So we did improve our office a bit, because the biggest problem was that we are not engaging the community enough. We're just asking them problems, and then how does that benefit them? How about we call every department to present and tell the communities what they offer and what problems and projects are available at this instance, so that they can be informed and have knowledge and have information and details on how to get access to those services. That improved a lot, because it changed the way people attend these programs. Because at the end, previously they didn't care about it. It was like, this always happens. We say our issues and nothing gets resolved, right? Then I also suggested, how about we report back? Like every 3 months, let's go back to that ward and tell them, actually, blame the Department of Water. We told them that you had a problem like this, they didn't do it, right? So that they know that we are doing something. So that's another dynamic that worked. But another problem is that we also have like a policy office. That policy office is not engaged by any official policymaker. It's just people sitting around and just jotting down ideas on a policy and reviewing them again next year. And to me, that doesn't make sense. How are you making policies with someone or people that are not really like aligned or educated in that? That's another problem, because these policies are going out there and people are relying on them to have an impact on their lives. So those things also need to be changed. I think local government needs to be really looked at, and how we as scholars can actually influence, because when you guys write articles and you provide recommendations, right? You have recommendations. How about the municipality actually goes through and read those recommendations and maybe apply things that could work because you've done research on them? To me, this is how I felt about research. What's the whole point of this, right? I write research, I get data, I submit, and I get my findings, and I recommend something that's better. Then what happens after that? Where does that go to? If it doesn't get looked at to change the problem, then we're not fixing any problem.
In the municipality, I'm just going to butt in. In the municipality, they have a process through Maya, for example. When you apply to do research as students, you know that they ask you a question if you're doing an interview. They ask you, there's a form you fill, and that form that drives us all crazy to say, after that, you have to come to the municipality and get back and then come and present the information. So there's that attempt. How many of us do that when we finish our masters or PhD? We don't do that as well. So I think maybe through the center, now I can see the light. I see the light, but I see the light about the importance of this center as a conduit that can also work within these systems. For us to actually have a forum on member check, what we're talking about, meaning we're presenting, working with Mile or whoever is in the municipality or wherever, just to say the center will do a forum, partner with you, to give back some of the knowledge that we have extracted from you, from the community, right? Why don't we do that? I mean, we can do a lot of things where, brown bag sessions. I know in my previous life, we had brown bag sessions where we bring your lunch, working with different organizations in another country, where we will actually have brown bag sessions with municipalities and government, where we bring back the research to them to say, this is what last year you approved through gatekeepers letter, 20 projects from UKZN. The students when we did graduation. Now we are coming back to say, here's a summary of snapshots of what this research has and the impact that it could have in terms of policy, in terms of practice, in terms of all those kind of things. We can do a series of brown bag sessions with that particular group, the municipality, for example. I mean, there's other groups. Yes. You understand? So I can see how an idea of a center as a well of information in the dissemination space, what we can do.
Thank you so much, Professor. Last question or comments?
Yes, it's a comment, it's not a question, and it's like you were reading my mind, because on your last comments, you've covered that. I wanted to say you're in a very good position to actually maybe make some changes, share your bright ideas with the relevant people. So maybe that can be.
Thank you, Landile, and thank you so much to our speakers today. I think if I could say, I'd actually be starting image Saturdays nights, end of the road. End of my road. And I'm going to give Professor Zembe a seat now, and she will complete at 1:30. Then 10 minutes for Professor Lodia to end.
Colleagues, thank you. This has been such an inspiring event. It could not have gone better than our wildest hopes. We had a time of conversation from the very first speaker. We were just left inspired and challenged. And so now I want to just take out for us, reflect on the key messages from each speaker, and then open up the floor should there be any more comments or inputs that we want to add. I want to let us all know that the intention is to also convert the conversations in this series into a paper, an article that is going to inform us about how we in this school define community engagement, how we practice it, how we experience it, and the theories of it, and so on. So this has been beautiful. We have had such a rich conversation, and there's a lot to think about. So from the first speaker, Professor Ngoya, we learned that community engagement needs to start with an internal process that requires us to reflect on how we view ourselves as professionals, as academics, as students, how we view ourselves and how we locate ourselves in the community. I think this is such a revolutionary idea about, what community engagement will be about. Because I think indeed, as Professor Ngoya pointed out, because we treat it as an appendix, an attachment, this then ends up expressing itself in the lack of impact that we are having. But if it were to be internalized and we were to recognize that there isn't this disconnect between ourselves as a university and the community that we're in, because I think that was so powerful. That was one of the powerful things that pointed out, that the university is in the community. There isn't this, the community as the other entity now. I think if we manage in the way we define and practice community engagement to first dissolve that separation, to dissolve the kind of compartmentalization we create between who we are as professors, as professionals, as students, and the work that we do in communities. When we understand, as you are challenging us, that if you're a professor, you are a professor everywhere we go. What an impact we would be able to make. I mean, it is a challenge even to myself, right? If I was to view myself in that way, in my community, amount, right, where I come from, which remains one of the most presently disadvantaged. I hate it when people talk about previously disadvantaged, when communities are present. It's a very presently disadvantaged community. And if I'm to view myself as in those spaces with the capacities and the skills and the resources and the privilege that I have that can be utilized in those spaces, advanced development. I think that would be an incredible thing. So, Professor Ngoya has been really fast to redefine community engagement in a very radical way. To redefine it and our location in it. To not see ourselves so much as doers, but as being that this is who we are, rather than this is what we do in our spare time. This is who we are everywhere I go. Mrs. Lamini, I help students, I help people who need help. I reach out, I engage in problem solving, I provide support, I use what resources I have everywhere I go. I think that would really, as I said, revolutionize how we practice this concept. Of course, then that also raises things about how do you do that if you are located in a capitalist neoliberal setting such as the university that is obsessed with quantifying and verifying what we do. It is obsessed with doing. It is obsessed with do. Make sure you check all your boxes. And checking all your boxes makes no room for being. It makes no room for the kind of immersive community engagement that was reflected in Professor Ngoya's presentation, where you immerse yourself in the life of the community, where you, when you have asked, how should we do community development, community engagement differently? He said, immerse yourself. Really, that was the point, immerse yourself. And he clarified that when he said, live there, he is not literally saying, as Prof. has done, as I'm now starting to think, hey, maybe that's what I should do. Given that we are paying 7,000 rand in rates in Maritzburg per month. That's what our municipal bill comes to on top of the bond. And then, of course, in terms of all these other opportunities, maybe that's what we should be doing. But he's saying, even if you're not going to do that, even if you're not going to move, there is still your call, if you're to do community engagement comprehensively and thoroughly, is to immerse yourself, not hit and run, which we end up doing. And I do have sympathy for how we as colleagues end up doing community engagement. We are required to perform this very important social work on behalf of the university at our cost with no support. That's what often leads to it being this utilitarian exercise that we are just doing so that it's, because if we are doing it, it is important, it is difficult. When we were doing interviews for a project renewal last year, and we interviewed different people, one of the students that I spoke to highlighted the trauma of doing community engagement as a historically marginalized Black person, where you are returning to a community that reflects an impossible life that you lived and that in some ways you may continue to live, but where you now have extra expectations on yourself because of your privilege that you have, that comes with being educated, that comes with being a bit better off. And just the difficulty of coming into these spaces and knowing that you are expected to do something. I think you also spoke about this, that there is an expectation that if you come to a community and you're doing community engagement, there will be material outcomes to that participation. That your presence is not just going to be one where Yanga was around and build capacity, and but that there will be some material difference. And yet,
it is legislated to be the third pillar, very similar to research and teaching and learning, and yet very dissimilar to research and teaching and learning. There's absolutely no funding allocated to it. There's no support allocated to it whatsoever. So you are expected to, so then you are going in, and the expectation that you have on yourself as well as part of, because you are like, what is that story? We grew up, my dad used to like to tell the story about baboons that were left to, one was selected to supervise the others, and then he forgot that he was also a baboon and was worried about, worried that, when the master came back, instead of 10 baboons, there were now 9 because he was not counting himself. But now, for a lot of historically marginalized academics and staff, you are still that baboon and you know that you are. And so you have your own weight of expectation. You know, Guba. I mean, we live with this, don't we? In our families, many of us, we are a part of a small elite, and I'm using the word elite very cautiously because also due to lectures and many other issues, we don't actually feel elite. We are heavy in debt and we are stressed. And so, but the weight of expectation that you have, now we're just knowing, bah, hey, I'm educated, I have a degree. And then the expectation of that community, yet, not understanding. We have nothing to actually, you are not actually able to make that difference. This experience of frustration and disillusionment that Ulwandile was talking about. So I begin then to think about this call, this challenge that Fatima is giving to us and saying, one of the things that we're going to figure out is how do we revolutionize community engagement in this setting? How do we make this setting yield to this higher version of community engagement, this higher way of perceiving community engagement? One of the other things I want to also talk about is how in his talk, Professor Ngoya also pointed out, and I think that's also part of that very revolutionary way of thinking about community engagement, which it creates an opportunity for us to go in as receivers and as people who are going to be part of something that's going to change us, which Emma talked about a lot, as people are going to have an opportunity to be transformed, but also to adopt the ways of the other, what we often perceive as the other. When Prof. was talking about how, in this community work that it does, that they've revived indigenous practices of doing community, and they've revived indigenous ethics that govern how we live together. This idea that in this community, you can't be the only one who has. What an incredible idea. And this is how indigenously we lived. This is the ethics that governed how we lived as Africans. Ubuntu came from that. Once again, my father would tell us about how that if you had cows, and I've seen this in my research as well, there's research that I did recently on food practices and inequality. And people were talking there about how when we look at indigenous foods like hamasi, when we look at amahew, and these were township folk, it reminds us of a time where you were able to give and share even if you had nothing. Even if you had nothing, because even if you had nothing, you could still give and share. Because if you had a container of amahew, of that porridge, that drinking porridge, and a visitor came, you would give them amahew. They would live full. You could still give them that. Now, if a visitor comes, you think, hey, I have nothing to give them. In fact, they're better not resisting. One of my concerns about December is all these people who want to visit. But the groceries, have they seen how much they cost? So it is, those indigenous practices, that indigenous way of life that allowed us to share, to be humane to each other, to carry one another, to not be aware of these deficits, to not frame ourselves as the ones who don't have, because there were these other ways. Amasi, if someone had a cow, they would use that amasi. There were practices every day, people rotated to sit and eat with others. So all the boys would congregate in that household and they would eat lunch of amasi with uputu. And they would sit around a big bowl and everyone will have a spoon to eat. That meant that even if you didn't have a cow, you still you knew you could be nourished through amasi. It didn't become a red delicacy because when you can't afford it because you don't have a cow. So those indigenous practices that have completely disappeared, who was saying, there's a way through community engagement to restore those practices to ourselves, that way of life to ourselves. So when we approach community engagement, not as people are going there to give, to impart, I think Hema talked about this, I think Butana talked about this, I think Lwandile also touched on this, that when we're not just seeing ourselves, but we are going there, Sifundile, we're going to impart, we're going to capacitate, we're going to do all of these things. But then in fact, we're going to receive, we're going to learn something new, we're going to adopt new practices. Oh, how I wish we can learn to adopt new practices. New ways, this Western system we live in is broken. It's just that we are in it. But we could change how we do things. We could change how we engage with communities. And that would be more aligned with how community development perceives community engagement, because it becomes a process not where we are positioned to impose, but where we are positioned to collaborate, to bring together these plural traditions of knowing and doing and creating. I'm going to move off from Prof's presentation, but I think the last bit he talked about on how the university, not just how it rewards community engagement, but how it recognizes community engagement contributions. I think it's a very important one, Prof. And I think in Nyani, there's an urgent need for the center, because it will allow us a platform where we can speak these truths. Uguti, what does it say about our values as a university that we discount this very challenging work? Because if you can raise 10,000 a month for a community, that's who's able, that's working on water as far as I'm concerned. Who's able to do that? We can't even raise 10,000 for myself, right? Who is able to do that? But that it has no weight. It speaks a lot about how much we value community engagement and how much we value the stated responsibility in our policy at this university that through community engagement, we exist to transform the communities around us. And yet we're not going to value it if we say, well, I am actively transforming the community around me by raising funds every month. And we say, well, that doesn't really count. So I think that's an important point for us to really drive as we engage in this project of enhancing the value of community engagement, this university. I think that's one of the points that was given us. Dr. Hema Hakovan shared a very personal journey of community engagement, which was also incredibly inspiring. I've always given her, and whenever I hear of Hema's work, I'm just absolutely amazed, because she is such an important source of knowledge, such an important source of support to our government, to our organizations. She is the kind of academic that I want to be, one who is making an impact, not impact as calculated by impact factors, but one who's actually making an impact, who's changing laws through the work that they're doing. They're having laws change, they're creating new disciplines, that not for the indulgence of just scholars or for scholastic indulgence, but to create change. So I think it was an inspiring conversation on that basis. But I think Dr. Harkovan's attempts, also her wrestling with how we define community engagement, also highlighted the important work that we need to do as a university, because we are going to define community engagement as a school. We're going to do that. But I'm already thinking back, our focus is going to be so much more on defining it for the university. When you located community engagement as a practice that creates opportunities for the university to contribute to the welfare and development of the community within which it's located. If that would be KRA University, wouldn't that be incredible? Because then the university would have to say, how have you transformed the environment where you are located, this province? What would be the answer? What have you done? In many of the things that Dr. Harkovan said, she echoed the views of Prof. Moya, especially regarding that community engagement is an internal project. But also I have to highlight this. I think your presentation also caused us to reflect on the community, on the university as the community that it is. When you talked about your experiences of finding it difficult to find community in the university, it highlighted how there's a lot of work for community engagement to do up internally. But how do we support the creation of a community where everyone belongs, where everyone is included, where we can't have people who feel alienated, who feel like they don't have a place here? And I think, was it you, Prof. Noya? Yes, it was you who talked about how many of us know who our cleaners are. They are part of this community, but we have invisibilized them. They're not visible. They are on the margins. We place them on the margins of the university. When it comes to security guards, we don't know. We haven't created a space. When we're talking about how we KRAs, the professional staff, community engagement doesn't even feature. And you want to, then I ask myself, why? Who decided that community engagement is important only if it is performed by academic staff? What does that say about what we think this is, really? So, and I think those reflections around how we live and experience this community, for me, raised issues about how do we expect ourselves as staff and as students to give our all to community engagement when we are detached or dislocated within this community, when we are unsupported to perform this important pillar of the university, and when operating in an environment, as you very correctly said, that places emphasis on global recognition rather than local relevance. That's already the starting point. Then really, okay, one of the speakers is about to leave, so I need to wrap up. But I think those are important questions. And I think Mrs. Dlamini also, in her presentation, also prompted this thought, how do we change? The environment is going to change, need to change to be conducive and responsive to the kind of community engagement that we want. Okay. I like the two-way models that Dr. Hagovan also reflected on, the one where the university imparts knowledge on the communities around it, and the other where emphasis is placed on collaboration for mutually beneficial outcomes. And I think that's something that we'll take on board. Then we had Mr. Anot Payne, who was also very inspiring and unfortunately has had to leave, who started off reading a poem that was challenging institutions and structures of power to deal with what they don't want to be dealt by. Sorry if I'm putting it correctly, but I just thought that poem wasn't just addressing government, but every structure like government, and just saying if you don't, whatever you don't deal with, it will deal with you. And it made me wonder about what's going to happen the day that, when the masses become intolerant of having a structure like this, that's not seen to contribute much, right, with all its power and its resources. And of course, I took Mr. Payne's presentation to really be about showing us the kind of community engagement we should be doing and the principles that should be governing us. And for lack of time, I won't go over those. But he pointed out the kind of issues we should be taking up and that we need to seriously think about how do we involve ourselves in work that focuses on holding the government accountable. I think I recall, Prof. Kalama, you and I attended that internationalization summit, and we had municipality there, we had the Department of Home Affairs there, and they were presenting, and they each talked about xenophobia, and I was not sure if it was the place for me to raise questions and be radical, given that, we have visitors from overseas, and I was very concerned about the politics of politeness and respectability, and and not making our stakeholders or usis noma feel like, oh my gosh, what fire are you starting? It's supposed to be a nice gathering. But I felt so let down by myself after I was younger. You should have just not cared about that, because I wanted to ask about, hey, Bo, you are reading off stats about Senegal. What have you done? What have we seen you doing? What have you actually done? So I think that that restraint that I applied on myself, we see it generally. Tina, we are polite criticizers of government, but we really don't want to get involved. And that I think what Arnold's presentation was saying, that needs to change. That needs to change. This is an injustice, and there's a lot that is going wrong that we really need to. And for me, it isn't even that we need to hold our government accountable ourselves, but it is that we have the resources and the capacities to support communities to acquire the tools of analysis they need to be able to hold the government accountable. To be able to call government to account. When we hear colleagues, I talk a lot because we're doing so many things, but I absolutely have to say this. Recently when we had that whole hoo-ha in the country about from that minister, I said, who said, oh, the health system is overburdened by foreigners. And then I saw this conversation everywhere, even students that I taught about their master's degrees on Facebook, posting very poorly calculated and completely inaccurate tables to show that the health system is indeed overburdened by foreigners, when it would take simple mathematics to know that if foreigners only comprise less than 10% of the population and the public health system is used by 84% of the population, then this minority group cannot overburden the system. That's just simple math. It's not possible. You cannot say that if you're not receiving good services at health facilities, it's because of foreigners. There are too few. There would need to be as many as the 84% of the country who are using the services. And so I just found, Uti, we have all these very, very critical issues that are showing the need to empower our people, because these people who are placing the blame on another vulnerable population like themselves is therefore not focusing on the culprit, the big power in the room, right? And if community engagement was to focus, I talk about this all the time, was to focus on the tools of analysis, but understand your condition, understand what contributes to it, what enables it, and how you should take action against it. We would not scapegoat and apply and lay blame elsewhere. We would vote very differently during elections. We would get different results, right? So I think Arnold really pushed that message across. Then we had Mrs. Tamini, who made me very glad that we asked for the perspective of professional staff, because you highlighted aspects of community engagement that I would never have defined as community engagement. When you said we engage in community engagement because we support all the events that are done by staff, the support we provide enables this community to thrive, enables this community to be. And that's a very unique way of thinking about it. And once again, it helps us to focus on this community. And it helps us do away with what was talking about, where we imagine ourselves as other. We are a community ourselves. And when we talk about community engagement, we should be thinking about different levels and different spheres where we need to practice the concept differently. And I think you exemplified as well, Mrs. D, the non-served professional that was talking about, one who regards herself as, everywhere you go. You are educated and you're better resourced everywhere you go. You are aware of that. You've internalized that, and so you make use of it. You allow others to make use of it. I think you've given us a lot to think about how we should construct community engagement in a very qualitative way, given the capitalist framework within which we work. That is more concerned with quantification and verification. If you think about the kind of community engagement that you do and that many others do, how do we verify that? If you are supporting people, young people who don't have much, if you are constantly taking out of your pocket, but they are not a whole, like a group, and identify as a group, but there are people in the community, how are we going to report that? How do we quantify that. The last speaker, Landile, thank you so much, Landile, for coming. You also made me so glad, to have invited you to come and present this perspective, and for me to presented the frustration and the kind of disillusionment that our students experience once we launch them out into the world of community engagement, the real world of community engagement. That's not, the textbook. And I think that the question that you've left us with is, what are we going to need to do to support students who are doing community engagement so that we create space for the voicing of that disillusionment and those frustrations, not just so that you can be heard, which is an important part, but also so that we can begin to fashion along with you, what should we do? What should our students do if they're working in these settings? If you have been deployed to a community and you find that there is no room for you to practice community engagement as you've been taught, what should you do? What mechanisms could be there? So I think there is a lot that we need. It shows to me, which there's a lot that we need to do to support and give a particular character to student community engagement. Colleagues, I'm sorry I took so long, but that is the summary really for me of what was key. And at this point, I welcome further inputs, questions that you will not direct to Yanga, but to our speakers. I think we have a couple of minutes. I think I've eaten into your time, but I think let us use this time. If there's anything else that perhaps was prompted by my summarization of what was said, if there are any reflections, if there are any take-home messages, anything that you want us to live with, this is the time to share it. Nothing for now. Okay, I think also because of time, it's okay that you don't have anything. Who has, oh, wonderful.
Stakeholder engagement, stakeholder cooperation. Stakeholders are working in isolation. Between the NPA, SOBEDS, policy impact, monitoring on income tax fraud. So the stakeholders, they were my stakeholders for my PhD. So the burning issue, there were many issues, but the other issues are connected to lack of stakeholder cooperation and conflict of interest among stakeholders. The issue of lack of communication again. So my question to our seniors or colleagues who presented to us is, how can the stakeholders maintain the good relationship, good working relationship? NPA, SAPS, and other stakeholders, how can they build this ongoing relationship in combating crime?
Yeah. How do you make government, in other words, function, or not just government, but the different stakeholders function in a cooperative manner? Yes, Prof.
Yeah, there's different ways, but I won't get into the specifics of what you're doing in the school. What we have tried, we're doing now. And I think now there's 3 disciplines or 4 disciplines we're up with our community liaison committees, right? I know ComDev has one. I know architecture has one. What else? Planning, town and regional planning, they have one. And then we're still yet to develop some for the other 3 disciplines. But I think by 2023, we'll have them. What's good about the community liaison committees, for me, and as another way to do what you're saying, is basically what they are is not only folks who are working in government, but also in the school sector, et cetera, who can advise, because most of the things that we want to do, we can solve all the problems that are happening where an education is, but from our perspective, if the issues that as academics were speaking about do not resonate with what's going on out there, we can talk amongst ourselves, right? And come up with great models amongst ourselves. And what these liaison committees, I think for me, will help us is actually understand and give the space for different types of people, because not only government, we don't bring government like a 15-member liaison committee per discipline. Let's say housing will have 15 people who are working in municipalities, some will work in national government, some will work in NGOs providing, that, and some who may be students, so that will give an opportunity for folks to also share with us in terms of help us reflect in terms of even our curriculum, because sometimes we're teaching things that are very outdated, that maybe communities out there are not, that's why every time we're asked, what kind of students are you producing? They seem clueless. Some, they say, wow, the students that you're producing are spot on. It's because we have all these committees that are giving us, and I know it's extractive in a way, but also it helps us also to know what's happening out there. So that's another one way of engaging. There's several ways of engaging. I know that in community development, we have the that group that Dr. Manse works with, virtual state.
Yes.
Virtual state that we're working with. It's a very community-based process where we actually work with communities, teaching them how, in fact, governance, we should be governed. So empowering communities, how they should expect government to govern, right? By actually being governors themselves and playing the role of how do I make decisions if I were given this particular situation. So we've been working with virtual state. They've been teaching us in terms of how do we engage differently with communities and working with communities and empowering one another to understand exactly how that could work. So there's several opportunities that exist, pockets of excellence that exist out there of how to engage. And I think for me, I think we need to open up the space a little bit more. And I do agree with colleagues that we really need to look in the school, for example, and how we actually, and I think I'm happy that we have this first engagement and to look at in all the disciplines in terms of how community engagement is done. So when Prof. Zender sends an email to all of us to say, hey guys, can you give us some of the things that you're doing? Given the conversation today, I'm sure folks are gonna come up with examples here where we have redefined in a way what community engagement could be. Or what it is for us, right? So folks won't feel that they have to be Mother Teresa and but what we're doing, what are we doing that defines what community engagement is. So when those emails do come, it's part of our attempt to chart a way forward for us as a school, for us as a community in the school, but also for the university to understand exactly what we mean by community engagement as we are defining it. So my hope is that from this session, we are going to have some sort of a charter process. Professor, my professor here, labeled that on one of the slides all of this. So I think for us, it's a self, and I like what Prof. Moya was saying. You have to reflect, look yourself in the mirror, know yourself in terms of what you want to impact. There's a lot of people who are doing wonderful things here, but maybe they don't even think it's engagement. And this is a space for us to, I mean, I would like, for example, to have a forum, like an online forum, where we can deposit ideas. Perhaps maybe they can make that for us so that we can deposit ideas. Because I'm sure after this, there will be more reflection. Where do we send those? I have my own reflection personally, not because I'm a dean or I'm a professor. As a person, there are things that I do that most of you don't know that I do. Right? And some of them I want to keep it to myself, some of them I want to share. But these are things that make an impact on communities.
Yeah.
You see?
Thank you. I'll put Dr. Havukovan first and then you went up.
Just to respond to that specific question that you asked, regarding how all these partners in JCPS clusters, the Justice, Crime Prevention and Security cluster, which they all form part of, and we wanted to know how you bring them together to discuss a response to commercial crime. What I found from my experience is that you need an outsider to bring them together. And the outsider is normally a civil society organization. And like, for example, in my work with on albinism, what they did was they partnered, Justice partnered with a civil society NGO to arrange a colloquium where they invited all the various members of that cluster so that they can draft resolutions on how to implement a national action plan in providing access to justice for people with albinism. So that outsider does not have a political agenda, does not have to score points, and it brings together these departments that are actually working in silos to start talking to each other. And in that exact way in which the National Action Plan was developed. But now the implementation of the National Action Plan is the realization that the government cannot do it alone. So they have to now engage with civil society in order to implement it. So there's so many different levels of engagement and that model can actually be taken into all the different spaces. I'll be talking about commercial crime. I'm talking about access to justice. So it's quite complex, but it can be done.
So just a follow-up question, because I'm here today for is facing this. And do you have a memorandum of understanding, like a legal framework for these partners?
What happens is that usually that organization is working in something else. And so, for example, now Kulisa is working in diversion programs. Diversion programs is funded by the Department of Social Development, youth diversion programs. The government cannot provide youth diversion on their own. They don't have the capacity, so they fund these organizations to provide the service. One thing that organization is doing, but often these NGOs cannot survive in working in one area alone. So now they are working society approach. So they'll be working in, for example, cleaning up the UKZN River, providing restorative justice services for offenders in prisons. So they work in so many different areas. So it's very easy to actually tap on those resources.
Excellent. Prof. Masuku.
Yes, and I've seen it online.
Oh.
I'm kidding. So I'm glad that we are now trying to practicalize the CE. But we need to be realistic as an institution of higher learning. I will speak like a layman. When you look at university structures, some institutions, they don't have PVC competently.
Yeah, like ours.
This pillar is not competently. We don't have a dean competently. We have a dean research and teaching and learning. So I think we need to look at that as an institution. I would love one day when you talk about this neglected, the CE, we invite the management to instill the culture or to come up with a CE agenda of the institution. Because when you look at the institution, the research agenda of this institution is clean. But you look at the agenda of the CE. Is it clear? Is it implementable? Is it feasible? We need to ask ourselves such questions. And the most important thing, when you look at the teaching and learning, we have structures like CFE, when we develop new programs. Do we incorporate CE in our curriculum? Is the CE visible in our curriculum? You see, others will argue to say we have service learning, etc. But do we have CE across the university within the space or the context of the curriculum? Do we teach CE in our curriculum? Those are the questions that we need to ask ourselves. When we have what you call conferences, research conference, teaching and learning conferences, do we invite communities? When you talk about communities, I'm not talking about the government, because we invite government because we expect them to sponsor the conference. Do we invite Zinduna? Do we invite Amakos? You see, do we invite organizations deals with disability, etc.? So I think it's high time now to be more practical. When you talk about support staff, when we do our PMS, community engagement is 10%, research 50%, or etc. To be honest with you, this is really neglected every time. So I'm trying to grab something I need to submit to Prof. Kalama today. Because I'm trying to say, are we visible as the institution or as higher education sector? Right now, I was doing what we call my PhD on food security. I went to conduct a study and I was informal market. They chased me, literally chased me. They said, we are tired of you. You come here, you collect data, you don't come back in with an intervention. One of the women just insulted me, I'm not going to squat, but I'm not going to say that. You see, now we don't have faith as researchers in communities because through our research, we teach. We neglect the principles of the community engagement. You see, we go there as an expert, we forget that communities are also an expert. We have high rates of unemployment, graduate unemployment. You know why? Because we neglect community engagement, principles or aspect. How? Mismatched kids. You see, what we teach is not relevant to the community because we don't develop a curriculum together with community. So we're in our own way. We produce these students, they go to a foreign land. You see, there is no connection between us and communities. Yeah, that is my input.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Oh, that's it. Was something say this. I never met Prof. When I was conducting my fieldwork, 2007, I met the old woman. Said, okay, we are doing food security. Do you know? No, it's from KZN and Go. You see, so I was so impressed when Go was narrating her journey with Professor. They traveled, they attended conferences together. Are we doing that as academics? You see, Go, I think she presented a paper in the conference. You see, never been to school. Never been to school. Yeah. You see, are we doing that as academics? Do we do engaged research? Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. I'm going to give Prof an opportunity, but I just want to first say, absolutely agree with you. And I think it's been our gripe forever that community engagement is not institutionalized in this university. We don't have a DVC for community engagement. We don't have a dean. We don't have a budget. We're the only of the three pillars we don't have. It's not even that we get less than teaching and learning. We don't get anything. And we called upon when there's a crisis to develop a project. And when we ask what about the funds? We were told, and now I'm talking as academic leaders of community engagement, we're told, oh, you will find the money. On whose time? Where? Right? So it is poorly institutionalized. We don't even have a policy in community engagement in the university. We don't even have a policy. And we started circulating a draft strategic plan when I had just arrived in this university, and I was still acting as academic leader. And we don't know whatever happened to it, because we thought, okay, if we give this strategic plan draft, it should at least inform the development of a strategy from the university. And we don't know what has happened to it. So I absolutely agree with you. And when it comes to the extractive nature of what we call engaged research, I even detest that terminology, engaged research service learning. It irritates me because it dilutes what community engagement is all about. It reduces it to this tick box exercise. Oh, we send students. What did they do? Did they even know what they were doing? What were they going there to do? Guided by what principles and what ethics? If we're saying engaged research, what is engaged about it? And of course, often it means that we did research in communities, collected data, it's engaged research. So I absolutely agree with you. And we've been exploring with Prof. Kalemba, what do we do? And we have the other academic leaders for community engagement in this university. We form our own committee, and we meet and we strategize and we try. And so far, no results.
No, that was a nice time. It's like chief collaborator. People conspired before to say this or that I can say that. So let's not worry about time frames. Let's not worry about time. This is very important. So the question is, where do we go from here?
Yeah.
So what do we do? Because we talk a lot. We academics spend a lot of time talking. We talk and we talk and we don't do. So the question is, what do we do from there? I've been repeating this phrase maybe ad nauseam. Why is the serpent make us doubt that why is the serpent? How do we give them? Because we need to think about how do we give these people here in the university what they want, so that we can do what we need to do, right? So we can't guilt the university in saying, oh, you have not done this, we have not established a center, we have not established a community, you have not funded it, you have not done 1, 2, 3, and 4. We need to be smart and put together a list of things that the university wants that are part of community engagement, so that they can see the value in this thing, because they can't see it. It's not their fault, because they are number crunchers, they are neoliberals, they are power hungry. They want stuff that they can show the VC wants stuff that he can show the minister.
Yeah, numbers.
Yeah, number. It's our task to give him the thing that he wants. I work in my car. When you are working with communities, with Induna, right, the traditional leaders, you can't just come there and say, I want this and this, and the community wants this. You have to give the guy what he wants first. For some of them, it's not material things. Sometimes it's just power. He wants to be respected. He wants to know that a professor came and the professor was respectful to him. You give him that. And then once you give him that, he's like, do that. Oh, it's fine, or you can do what you think. We need to start about the investors. Well, the investors like an old Induna with classy ideas. And you have to give him what he wants. And then you can be able to do what you need to. So I would say for me, going forward, we should not pretend as if we don't have a center of community engagement.
Yeah, because we are.
The first thing that we need to recognize ourselves as already existing. The center is already there. A center is a center because it behaves like a center, not because it's called a center. A duck is a duck because it walks and quacks like a duck, not because it's called a duck, right? So we need to behave as if we're already an existing. That we are giving the university what it wants, which is publications. That members of this center have produced 20 publications on community engagement. That members of this center have established these places and zones of learning in teaching and learning, because we're already doing that. We are taking our students to places that should be recognized as teaching beyond, So we need to put all these things down and list them as things that we're already doing, that we're already giving them. If there's any fundraising, we need to show that we already are raising funds as part of what the university recognizes as work. Otherwise, we are just putting into the wind and pissing into the wind. If we are not giving the university what it wants, we need to be smart and give them what they want, only so that we can create a space for us to do what we want. That's that for me. That's all.
Thank you for that call. I think that our committee is going to, instead of writing up a publication at the end of the series, after all 3 conversations, there's actually an article to write just from this committee, how we define community engagement. And I think the call for us to behave as the community center for community engagement that we already are, and find ways to make visible what we do, not just what we do, but what we want to see. The efforts that we're putting in place to get what we want. So I accept that call, and I'm actually thinking that Prof. Noya would make such a fantastic participant in that little committee of ours that wants to formalize the establishment of this center for community engagement. You have just advertised yourself for a job.
But as part of that, what we can do, absolutely. Actually, you said exactly what I want to say. I think we should also demonstrate that we are applying for funding to do research on this field and produce papers and publications and output. You see, something that we should start in, introducing these new type of outcomes that should be recognized. And we have an opportunity here, because no one else has done this. I mean, officially, institutionally. So we will be the school that will take the lead and say, you know what, we are the center, the community engagement center. We do community engagement across the disciplines because it's something that is very unique. It's not that we are doing community engagement only because we have community development in our or development studies in our school. No, we are doing community engagement across all the disciplines, which is built environment and population studies, development studies, community development. So it's something that not only establish, clearly the center, and gives an identity, a strong identity, but also, in my opinion, uplift the school uniqueness, because we are the owners and the leaders in this. And we have to take this opportunity. I mean, what we did today is just the stepping stone. Doing a publication is a very nice, just to please them, but I think funding, second thing, very important, you attract funding, because there are many ways where we can attract funding and do community engagement, many of our projects. And but of course the funding will be to do research, so officially, because it's difficult to find funding, for example, to build things or to create, but we have to be smart. Again, we are smart people. We want to, we organize this funding and we do what we want to do. But I think it's something very important is that we show that is a school at the school level, not only the community development, it's at the school level, we are strong, we are a school, and we have established, we can actually talk in the past. I like that. We are already a center. And then who wants to join us, more than welcome. But we are the leaders, the ones that are leading this process.
No, I just want to add, and I know that we're out of time and lunch is waiting, but that's just also how many theses our students have produced around the issues of community engagement across the disciplines. A lot. We can start, improve what Prof was saying in terms of quantifying things. I mean, our students, the scholarship that we produce, not only our students are actually doing this, and they are actually redefining and giving us new ways of engaging what in community engagement. For me, I think what would be also critical is to, I mean, we're doing how to establish a center, the forms that we can do that. That's mundane things, right? What I'm more interested in is the information that is coming out of here that we need to present. So we need to engage with the powers that be, that a center already exists. We have the center. We are engaging processes of what we are about, the center is all about, which is what's going to be in terms of community engagement nonetheless. But then we can invite the powers that be, my colleagues up there, to say, can you please have audience with us? Because I think the university also is also in that journey. They are moving in that journey on their own. Right? And let us not, in particular ways, that a university of this size engages in. So let us meet somewhere with the university, because I know there are other processes within the university that are being moved forward around community engagement, to also center community engagement part of the pillars that we do. So let's find out what that is first and have conversations, because as you were talking, the silo, you know, we're a community here, we're engaging, we have the Indaba. I'm pretty sure next week there's an Indaba in the School of Education. I'm pretty sure there are another school, your school probably has like community engagement. Indaba, sometime it's gonna come, you know, everybody's doing community engagement. But I think what we need to do, if we really want to push this forward, let's find ways to come together.
Yeah.
Right? And first, charity begins at home. We are doing that. We have community engagement champions in each discipline, right? We are with these projects that have been identified that we want to push forward in the school. We have this Indaba. We are engaging with the teaching and learning and the research, because there should be synergy. So if we're your idea, Paul, we're talking about different ways of funding this. Another way of funding this is that some funders are okay if part of the budget it's around capacity building and community engagement. They won't say no, you cannot do that. Each academic can start putting that as a budget item, as a way to support the work of the community engagement in the school. So we can do that. So starting from 2023, if you're writing a proposal as an academic, put a budget item there, so that we can have a pot of money. When it does come, then we can put it in one cost center, for example, for community engagement. Right? We can do that. You know, so for some of us who like to write proposals, I need to think, but also I need not to think of community engagement as a sister to research. So if I'm saying 500 for research and then 500,000 for research, then I need to think, okay, community engagement deserves that glory as well. And then I can identify some of the items that we can do, because the work of community engagement is very difficult. It requires time. It requires us to engage ethically with communities. And if we are thinking that we're just going to fly it by night, let's do it properly and teach how it is actually done. Because if we're going to put 50,000 for community engagement, then we as researchers, we're actually putting value in the difficult work that we're supposed to be doing, that community engagement is. A lot of people cannot do community engagement. They just do what was presented, what you summarize, it's done, you know? So individually as academics, there are things that we can do to actually put this thing on the map. And that's how we can raise funds. Whatever project you're doing,
always
we can do, we can have that as a budget item for starters.
And I actually think, thank you so much, Prof. And thank you also, Prof. Noy. I think I'm adding to this list that we should also do our own capacity building internally at the university on community engagement. Given that we've identified that a lot of times we don't know how to do this, because I think we don't lack the doing part, but it's the how. How do you do this so that it is the transformative project that it's supposed to be? And so, and I think that would also make us visible. If we started to provide training workshops university-wide, that short courses, and we say, here's a course on the theories of community engagement, or here's a course on how to engage in transformative community engagement. You know, that is going to make us visible, and it's going to give the university, as you say, what it was. So I've added that. I think this is possibly the most critical part of this conversation, that, and thank you for that, Prof. That you've led us to what next. And I think it's energized us. I think our committee is going to meet after this, and we'll send out invitations for you to collaborate with us as academics, as professional staff, to come together, both for the establishment of the center, but also in the writings and in this work that we're doing, so that it does become, because of the principles of community development by informing how we work, it does become a uniquely SOBEDS project, rather than something that 2 or 3 people are doing. So colleagues, this has been so great. I don't really know what the time is. I think we are ending on a very good note. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming. Thank you for staying. I was worried. Oh, no. Thank you. Thank you. No, I didn't notice that. I thought you would like to. On the point of, I think it's very important that academics, like in the senior positions especially, to understand, community and public engagement, because I know I found myself as an intern a few years ago in public engagement, having to tell professors that public engagement is not, that community engagement is not a by the way thing that we just gonna remember that, oh no, there's that intern. Let me ask her to go every 2 by 2 to go and speak to the community, say, I've already written this proposal and everything, to now go and relay this message to them. For academics need to really understand that community engagement, I've read that it's like a bridge that connects you as the researcher, as the academic, as the scientist sitting with your computer. Use community engagement as that bridge that you can cross to connect to that community, and the community can use that same community engagement bridge to cross to you. So it has to be a two-way thing. Academics really, professors like in senior positions, when you really that you've also mentioned, that it has to be included in your proposal from the initial phase. Know that this is how I want to, this is how all this research I plan on engaging the community. This is how, when the research is over, this is how I plan to continue engaging the community, with the results and everything. So I think a lot of work has to be done, in regard within, academics themselves, to teach each other, to, educate and, really find the importance of community engagement within research. So that when we continue to have these conversations like this, we know that, okay, this is what the academics understand about community engagement, this is what they feel now, this is what they've read and figured, this is how best that we can do it. So that can also just add that element to ensure that everything and, all the centers that we speak of will run smoothly. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I think we're ending on. Thank you so much, colleagues. I look forward to seeing you and even more people that you're going to invite at the next Indaba, which we'll plan for early next year.
Yes.
I think you've just highlighted how important this work is. You have energized us. I could just focus on this work and forget my other heads. My PhD students are going to like my topic is not a good most engaged in my work with you, right? But thank you so much, colleagues. I think lunch is in the same room, right? Where we are. Yes. Thank you so much.
Okay, I wanted we brought gifts for our speakers. Can I just say something? So there is an indispensable, I don't know what to call it, a tradition around the festive season in many Black homes in South Africa. And that involves helping each choice of step. Yeah. Don't different cookies, and there's a whole protocol around how you eat them. Just open the whole packet and I usually they are hidden. Wherever I go to hide them in my house, the plants I keep them figured out, so I have to find it. So you hide them, and then much like the advent calendar that is used as a countdown to Christmas, where you take a chocolate, I think, or yeah, so you open them up, and each family member will be able to take one, and that's what you do every day until the packet is finished. So this is what you are giving you. Actually, that's not the color should be. Hey, Margaret. Who runs it? Oh. They joined us with